Park as we get ready for karting this afternoon. It's going to be an outstanding afternoon. I'm Charles Head. Along with me is John Matthews as we watch a lot of kart racers, John, do some outstanding things on this racetrack.
Charles, as we see the panorama of the sky here, something we haven't seen maybe in past weeks, lots of clouds today. The sun will be ducking in and out. There's also a chance of showers as the afternoon develops, so that might provide an extra test for our drivers today as they tackle this Herman Tilke designed 17-turn, 0.85-mile course. Charles, we did a little drive around on a golf cart beforehand. This is a technical race course. So if this is your first time joining us on Facebook or on YouTube, you guys are in for a treat today. These drivers are going to be pushed right to the limit of their machine, equipment, and their own skills.
Drivers are in the grid area right now. There you see them firing the engines as they get ready to come out. These are the LO206 Cadet drivers. You see them starting those engines, and much like we would think any other small engine, they're pulling the cord to get them started, ready to bring them out on the track, John.
That's right. Weight is such an important thing here. You don't have weight or don't want to waste weight on a starter and a battery, so just the rip cord, and then they're good to go. If you're watching online, you see all these other karts that almost look somewhat like a parking lot for karts of sorts. Here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, there's times where they have open karting for the public. So 55-mile-an-hour karts, you can get out and arrive and drive. So that's just some of the karts. We'll talk more about that later on the program as we see our LO206 cadets rolling around on their warm-up lap around the course. As I'd mentioned, a very technical course. You get a feel for the ups and downs of this course right now as they're going up through turn 13, and now they drop down into 14, 15, one of the highest speed parts of the course as they stack up 2 by 2, Charles.
Drivers are working their way now down into turns 16 and 17. That's a tough part of the racetrack as they come through there. They're taking it through quietly one more time before we hear those engines roar. False start has been indicated to these drivers, so they will not get the start this time by. John, they'll have to go through once again. They'll cut through it's a little jelly bean course. They'll cut through there and come right back through to see if we get a good start next time by.
So they'll stack up 2 by 2, 8 laps the distance here in our first pre-final of the afternoon.
On the track right now, we have the number 3 of Kai Mars, and Kai is alongside the 02 of Joseph Saddington. Luke Giglio is in the 68, Austin Warner in the 22, Javier Soto in the 95, and Adam Wine in the 23.
Green flag is out, and we're underway with our first pre-final of the afternoon. Kai Mars and Luke Giglio crossing that start-finish line through turn 1 and now dropping down into that very technical turn number 2.
Yeah, you don't really see the elevation change on camera, but that is a huge elevation change when they drop down into there, John, and those drivers executing it very well.
So here they sweep right under our purview, and now we go up to the drone cam. So a bunch of cameras. We're grateful to have all the camera workers as well as our producer, McKaylee Denny, here assisting. So now you're seeing the cars charge down that back straightaway into turn 9, which is a great passing opportunity.
Yeah, the drivers have an opportunity there to try to go to the outside or the inside. They can choose which way they go, and a lot of that takes care of whether they have the momentum on the high side of the racetrack or try to cut somebody off at the bottom. They're working back uphill right now.
Single file as the drivers drop through turns 14 and 15. Again, this is a high-speed sweeping corner, and they'll be hard on the brakes into 16 as we see our leader, Kai Mars, come off 17, and now they'll be full on the gas down to complete lap number 1.
Kai puts in a good lap there, and he works his way now over down to the kink. They head off of that kink area. That's what they call it here, and it's a downhill elevation going into the kink as they work their way. Oh, check this. They're in turn number 2 right now, and that, again, a huge downhill, and they come back over. They're heading toward our vantage point right here in turn 4.
Joseph Saddington in the 0-2 has actually grabbed the quick early lead, and he's now distancing through that kink, which is nothing more than just a quick right-left flick of the steering wheel, and then down the back straightaway through turns 7 and 8, and then setting up for critical turn number 9.
You know, John, I think in that kink area, I don't even think the drivers slow down at all when they go through there. That's just a little, as you mentioned, just a little left-right jog through that kink area, so there's no change in acceleration at that point.
Right, nothing more than a flick of that steering wheel. so now they're back downhill, coming through 15, and then again hard on the brakes through 16, mostly single file as Saddington is out, but he's got some company now rolling in behind him, and that's Kai Mars in the 23.
Well, you saw Saddington hugging the inside corner as he went through 16, 17. Man, look at this battle up front. Wow, what a race we've got going as they head off turn 2. Saddington still your leader. Mars trying to chase him down, but they have got one great battle going on as they come into our area once again here in turn 4. Saddington still up front with Mars, your second place Kart.
You can see Saddington taking a quick look behind him as now there's probably not much more than a piece of paper between our top 2 down that back straightaway. Mars got a great exit through turns 4 and 5. That's such a critical part of the track, but they're tracking one behind each other as they go through the S's.
Now, the S's are proven to be a great place for these drivers to gain a little ground on somebody. It may not be a passing zone, but it's certainly an area where you can make up some time. Look at this right now. You say once again, that sheet of paper between them, we're almost at that situation once again, and our drivers head to 15 and 16.
This 8-lap pre-final, the way the drivers finish in this race will line up the 12-lap final later, so a good position here is important, but you wouldn't want to go full send and wreck things as they drop down into that critical U-turn, turn number 2. 43 feet of drop there, Charles. I've heard it described as dropping off a 4-story building.
Yeah, wow, they hug the outside of that going in, obviously. And you see those rumble strips, those are to kind of guide the drivers. You know exactly whenever you get to the outer limit, whenever you start feeling that chatter.
Saddington got a better exit through turns 3, 4, and 5. He's pulled some distance over Kai Mars, but this is the point where Mars seems to reel Saddington back in. So Saddington and Mars lead Warner and Giglio as the front 2 have pulled away a little bit. We seem to have paired up on the course.
John, you mentioned Saddington and Mars getting together a little closer when they come through that fastest part of the racetrack, and it seems like it always happens when it goes up that elevation. Maybe Saddington just doesn't have quite the horsepower going up the hill that Mars does.
Great battle for third behind as they're going to be side by side coming down the front straightaway at the line. Luke Giglio is able to get by Warner, and then that tough turn 1 setting up turn 2. Charles, a lot of focus on turn 2 with that steep drop. Turn 1 is a nasty little left-hand corner here, one of those negative camber corners. Looks like you're driving across the side of the hill, but drivers want to be full on the throttle there.
Starting to get a little separation now between those karts up front. Certainly separation between karts number 3 and 4 that are on the racetrack. Once again, Mars tries to take a quick look inside of Saddington, but then he tucks back in single file as they head through 7 and 8.
So we're halfway through our opening pre-final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in our LO 206 Cadet as Mars right to the rear bumper of Saddington as they come through turns 14 and 15. Will Mars take a look, or is he just content to sit there for this pre-final?
Well, it looks like Saddington is pulled away by about 3 lengths or so over Mars, but Mars tightens it up once again. Every time they go uphill, it seems like Mars is able to tighten up a little bit on Saddington.
And he tightens up right again. Now, faster classes today will almost pull air as they drop down into turn 2. And strangely enough, one of the slowest parts of the course, it doesn't look slow in that shot, but when they lumber back up that hill after dropping down 4 stories. Now here, 3, 4, and 5, these turns are so important to get that big launch down the back straightaway. Mars has had some decent runs down there, but this time Saddington has opened up the gap.
Yeah, a little bit of gap there. I noticed when we were taking our ride around in the golf cart, I thought I was going to have to get out and push coming up turn 2 because it lumbered quite extensively coming up through there. There you see Saddington bringing it off. That is turn number 8. Where are we at right there? Number 9? 14. Oh, we're heading down into 15. That's that little quick turn to the right, and then 16, 17, the big turn that you see from this vantage point. Once again, that battle tightening up front. It's Saddington and Mars. They head down to the kink, working their way off of turn number 2 right now. Heading into turn 4, here comes Saddington. He's got Mars right on there. This battle just continues as a classic battle between these 2 fast guys up front. Look at that, how tight they are. Going through the kink, They head down to 6 and 7 once again, and it's going to be a tight battle there as we saw Saddington scoot out to the right just a little bit. Mars trying to close the gap, and this is where Saddington has had trouble coming up this hill. Let's see now what happens with Mars and Saddington.
Mars is right to the rear bumper of Saddington as they're going to come around and see that white flag this time with 6 on the board. They'll notch number 7 in just a moment. Now Saddington again able to pull a couple of kart lengths through turns 16 and 17. So we see that white flag in the air from our starter, and Saddington slips and lets Mars to the inside, so move Mars to the point as they have one more time around this track.
Well, as they came out of turn 1, Saddington decided it was time. Mars now back in second spot as Saddington. They've got a classic battle going on. Look at this. Look at these guys up front. John, they are doing a great job.
Saddington's looking down to the inside there with that darker car. He's going to try to make a move through turn 9, but Mars fights back on the outside, but give the edge to Saddington right now as they come through the S's. And again, this is the part where Mars has been pretty good up through 13, and he's right there. We're going to have a race to the line, Charles.
Look at this side by side as they come off heading down towards 16 and 17. Man, look at those guys go. They're battling very hard as they try to come to start finish. John, bring us home.
Saddington looks to the inside, but Mars sees the checkers come out from our starter, Camden Gentry. Kai Mars wins our opening pre-final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park in our LO 206 cadet class. Joseph Saddington second, and Luke Giglio rounds out our podium.
What a great finish from these drivers. Man, it took it to the very last corner and were able to then pull off the win. So congratulations to Mars, who gets the win over Saddington. Kai Mars will take his kart. They're heading to the scales right now. John, explain a little bit about how the scale and weight situation works.
Well, to keep things fair, all the karts have to weigh the same amount. As Charles and I were walking around in the garage area beforehand, you can see karts have weight bolted onto the car because the drivers are different weights, but the cars have to be at least some minimum. Otherwise, the lightest driver would be fast out there if there was no weight limit. So the drivers come off the course, they have to roll across that scales and reach that minimum weight and maybe do any additional tech. Each class has a different set of rules and different weight limits in those. As our kid kart class will be coming up next. They're starting to stage down on our front straightaway. But Charles, yeah, every time the drivers come off, they go to the scales, make sure it's legal. And after some of the finals races today, I might be down there talking with some of our winners.
You might be. That's a good opportunity to do so. Right now, the kid karts are on the way out. They'll be out in just a moment. We'll have the number 30. We do not have a name for the driver, the number 30. We'll try to figure that out as we go along. Ruben Greer will be in the number 20. Bo Stowers will be in the 21, Matthew Barbosa in the 25, Ryan Dehoney in the 115, Francisco Puerta will be in the 18, and Henry Boring in the 71 as we get ready for kid karts.
Kid karts, these are just like they sound. These are kids 5 to 8 years old, and the minimum weight just 150 pounds. So, Charles, we would not do well in this course as full-grown adults to imagine.
Our cars would have to weigh 0.
Yes. Now, I've heard that these engines that they run might only be 1.5 horsepower. So these are fairly low powered. These kids will not be doing the full course. They're going to race what we call the jelly bean. For our viewers online, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, this would be a great time. If you're on Facebook, give us a like here for Atlanta Motorsports Park. Like this video and share it with your friends. Or if you're watching on YouTube, click that subscribe button and click the bell so you can get notifications of when Atlanta Motorsports Park is producing more races, as well as click that like button and share it with your friends.
And also check about midweek, they'll have this pared down and have a promotional video, so check those out. They're always very interesting to watch those. I look back at those, John, and I think, darn, we did a pretty good job.
Well, some of the other videos, they recently put on a Olympics here of sorts at Atlanta Motorsports Park for the staff at the kart track, as well as who could do the fastest lap on track. I can't quite understand it, but they were rolling tires down some of the hills. I don't know if they were trying to hit bowling pins or if they were trying to see who could get one the farthest, but just the staff blowing off a little steam and having some fun here. So those are some of the things that you might see on Facebook and YouTube. So give them a like, give them a follow, subscribe to the channel so that you can get more great racing and more great content from Atlanta Motorsports Park.
In an era where camaraderie is low because so many people are working from home now and you don't really get to be around your coworkers, it's great to see something like that happen among a group of people who are at this facility and having an opportunity to enjoy each other's company and have some fun during those employee Olympics.
Yeah. Now, looks like mostly cloudy skies here, almost completely overcast. When I poke my head out, I see just a few spots of blue in the sky as we get a green flag. We're underway here in our Kid Kart pre-final.
Kid Kart's making their way out onto the track right now. That is an opportunity for them to get on track. It'll be a shortened, abbreviated version of this racetrack because they just don't have the power to get up some of these hills that the other karts do, and also they don't want to get to the speeds the other karts do.
That's right. So they'll come through turns 16 and 17 down the front straightaway. Now they'll use this left-hand corner number 1 where they drop out of sight. That's that negatively cambered corner. And then they make a quick U-turn before going into turn 2, and then they blend back into turns 14 and 15. Now, where these drivers are doing, they'll get down to about 22 seconds. So, folks, this will be a quick 8-lap race.
It doesn't take them long as they make their way. You see them coming off of 17 right now and heading back toward turn 1. So these drivers quickly making their way there. And that turn is just quite a different turn. But there you see the little cutoff that they make, the jelly bean as they call it, as it cuts them off and back down toward 15 and 16 and 17 again.
Ruben Greer, our early leader, has already put 2 laps on the board. And you can see he has about maybe 15 kart length lead back to Matthew Barbosa, who's in second.
Barbosa doesn't have a lot of competition behind him. He does have the 30 kart that's about 6 kart lengths behind him, but right now it's Greer who shows the way all the way through. They've completed 3 laps already of this race. This is more like we see at oval track time sometimes, John.
Yeah.
And yet we're doing it here on the road course. 25 seconds is our fast lap so far.
The Kid Karts used a standing start. One other class today will use standing starts. That's the shifter class. A whole different ball game there. We'll get and describe those when that time comes. But Ruben Greer halfway through this race very quickly in our Kid Kart division.
You talk about the shifter karts. We're kind of looking at opposite ends of the spectrum. These are the least powerful karts, and the shifter karts are about the most powerful karts out there. So opposite ends, both doing standing starts.
Greer coming up on the slower kart of Francisco Puerta. He will look for a way to get by as he's going to put 5 laps on the board. So Greer moving to the inside of Puerta. Let's see if he can make the pass into turn 1. He can't. He falls back in line.
Well, he's got a handy lead right now. He may not know what's behind him, but obviously he can't hear anything closely behind him, so I think he feels like he's in pretty good shape, not trying to press the issue with Puerta as they head down to 15, 16, and 17 once again, working through 16 right now and back up 17.
Looks like we had one kart get around just out of view there. Just on the edge of the shot, you can see one driver who's turned backwards as Ruben Greer swings by to click another lap as we're under a local yellow on the top half of the screen, turns 16 and 17.
And he's able to make it out on the track. Looked like another kart had to take a little evasive action right there, but they worked their way by him as they come back in toward turn 1 again. Drivers making their way up, 5 laps complete this time by.
White flags coming out. The race monitor foiled us again, Charles. So 7 laps are complete. Ruben Greer has a nice, almost a half straightaway lead as he goes through that cutoff, joins back through turns 15, and with a safe lead, he looks like he's in good shape.
Ruben Greer down into 16 and 17 once again, does a perfect line through there, gets over near the rumble strips. He will see the checkered flag come out this time. Ruben Greer going to take the win in the Kid Karts. Second and third place, a good 8 or 9 seconds behind Greer. Matthew Barbosa finishes in second, and we did not get a name for that driver, the 30 kart, but he has a good finish in third spot this afternoon.
It's important to have a good finish in these pre-final races, as this will line up or so give them their starting spot for the final, and that will be a 12-lap race later on as we see Greer celebrating a little bit of his pre-final victory with his hand pumped up in the air.
Greer is, of course, in the 20 car. Matthew Barbosa, your second place finisher in the 25. The 30 takes third spot. So they will head over to the weigh-in area, to the scales, make sure that everything is kosher as far as their weights are concerned. We'll bring our next group out. The T225 seniors are on the way out. John McAleer will start on the inside, the 44. Banu Yedla in the number 14 will be in that second starting spot. Felix McAleer will be in the 83. Alistair Edwards in the 211. John McAleer, we understand, has been scratched for this race. He will not be out here. So McAleer, who was supposed to start up front, is out right now in this particular race. So that puts McAleer, just scratch him from the starting lineup. Sal Badalamenti will be in the 625. It'll be Danny May in the 8, so that'll round out our field of 5 carts who will start this race. Tillotson is the engine that's in these, Tillotson 225, so they're on the way out right now as we get ready for the seniors. Tillotson 225 seniors coming out onto the race course.
Well, and Charles, we do want to describe what senior means. It might not mean what you mean in day-to-day discussion. Senior, 15 and up, where a lot of karting is geared towards that next generation of drivers. Like the kid corner was 5 through 8 years old. So senior here is more like a high school senior where it's 15 and above. We'll get into some classes maybe that have masters, and that would be like in a foot road racing idea as drivers that are in their 30s or 40s.
We'll just get these carts rolling here in just a moment. We'll start to see their lineups and start to see the starting grid for these drivers. The starting grid at this racetrack is interesting. It's right under us. It's actually inside the building.
Yeah, this is a great segment of the facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. If we get some shots, they're doing a charity event over at the main track today, but at this karting track, there's a beautiful facility. If you want to get into karting, you could come here and buy a kart. You could come here and do an arrive and drive and take one of their 55-mile-an-hour rentals out on the track. And they have garage spaces here as well that are available for rent. But Charles, you're right. Underneath us is the staging area. It's like an open garage where the drivers come in, get staged. They're out of the weather, which a lot of days would be in the sun and that blazing Georgia sun. But today it's just maybe keeping them out of some potential rain later in the day.
Carts make their way out. I was watching some of the videos that are on the Atlanta Motorsports Park website today, and there's several of those where the drivers are actually narrating with their GoPro. They're actually narrating as they go around the track, and one of them is quite funny because the guy says, I'm trying to drive this as fast as I can, but I'm trying to talk. I'm going to pause for a minute as I go through 16 and 17, and you could tell his concentration level had to be up.
These drivers definitely need to maintain focus around this course. There's not really any resting spots on this course. Maybe when they go through the kink and down the back straightaway for a minute, or not a minute, for just a moment, they can just refocus their thoughts. But through the rest of this course, they are either on the gas, on the brake, or turning left and right.
And you may hear some sirens in the background as we're broadcasting today. Well, that's part of the ride around that's going on over at the main track today. They have a police escort, and it's a big charity event. So you hear some sirens there. Don't worry, it's not an issue going on here. It is all for a good time and also to raise money with the police escorts they have today.
Green flag is out from our starter, Camden Gentry, and we're underway in our 8-lap pre-final in our T225 senior division.
The Tolleson drivers make it down toward turn 2. They're heading in there right now. We wound up with 3 starters in this event. They're heading up that tall hill, and you can see by the shot there how much speed they lose as they're coming up that hill. It does take a lot of momentum to get up there.
You see some multiple different approaches to get through turns 4 and 5 with Yedla going quite a bit wide between 4 and 5, trying to get a high-speed exit as he heads down the straightaway safely ahead of McAller.
Yeah, it's Yedla. You could tell he knows what he's doing on this race course. He uses those with the wideness of the racetrack to be able to take advantage of going into the turns, getting those wide entrances and the short going through the turn, and then the wide exit coming off. So using, as best he can, using his speed going through there. There you see Yedla coming down. McAleer is your new leader. McAleer in the 83 comes by.
Yedla still leads over McAleer with Edwards in third. As again, they're coming through turns 3 and then 4. This is where we saw Yedla get quite a bit wide through turns 4 and 5. Smooth that time and through the kink again. Just a quick flick of that steering wheel to the right and then back to the left, and then it's full on the gas down the back straightaway.
Yedla starting to pull away just a bit over McAleer right now. It's Edwards quite a bit back, but those two up front starting to tighten up that battle a bit as they come out of 6 and 7 and work their way up toward turn 8.
You can just see the drivers' helmets above the brush there as they work through turn 14 and 15. They'll be on full throttle here and then hard on the brakes into 16. And then as quickly as they can back on the gas through 17. And then they'll come down to put 2 laps on the board.
I wonder if we're going to have a tight finish at this one like we did in our first race this afternoon. Right now, it looks as though McAleer got a little loose right there coming across those rumble strips, so not a lot of pressure on Yedla right now, but is that going to change as we go through?
That camera shot really shows how steep that exit off turn 2 is, one of the slowest portions of the track, and then they come through that triple left-handers 3, 4, and 5. Yedla smooth through it, and he maintains his lead over McAleer.
It's 6 and 7. It's one of the showcase corners here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. And, John, whenever we're announcing at the big track, we can see this portion, and they have rental carts on those days. And that's where we usually see the most excitement. Guys spin out a lot down there in 6 and 7.
Yeah, those rental car guys, it's their first big turn coming out of the clubhouse underneath us. And they sometimes misjudge, I'll use the word for that corner, but we don't see any misjudgment here from Yedla as he's smooth through 16 and 17. He puts 3 laps on the board as he's clear by about 10 kart lengths.
I've heard the NASCAR guys refer to it as a pucker moment. Maybe they have one of those going into 6 and 7.
Another great shot from our camera crew here through 2. You can really see them lumbering up that straightaway out of turn 2 like a roller coaster out of the first hill. But now they're full on the gas here, down through the kink. So Yedla continues to lead over McAleer. Yedla trying to get into that 59-second bracket. His last lap was 1 minute, 0.855 seconds.
Wow. Yedla really trying to turn on the afterburners right now. Comes through those S's as he gets ready to head up the hill once again. So Yedla still leads it. McAleer trying to close in, but there's a good 15 kart lengths in between those drivers right now.
With 3 drivers at this point, it's probably best just to keep your kart in good condition out there. Don't damage the kart, bring it home safe, but also use this valuable seat time, hit your marks, get settled in, because especially if you're one of the first 2, you're going to be on the front row for their 12-lap final later today as we see Yedla get through the halfway point of this race.
And they're working their way up the hill right now. You got to know as a driver, when you're going up that huge hill coming off turn 2, you got to be pressing that accelerator down and saying, I want more, and there's just not any more to get. They're all out coming off of that bottom of 2 when they've had to choke the engine down and then trying to get something going up at top of the hill.
They're probably just about ready to Flintstone the car up the hill, Charles, get the feet out the bottom and help pedal along. As we see Yedla smooth through 9 and 10 into the S's. So the 3 drivers have about equalized. There's about equal gaps between first and second and third.
They head up the hill once again off turn number 9 as they work their way into 10. We'll see them going down, and they're actually coming toward 15 right now heading into 16 and 17. Boy, they quickly make their way around this race course.
Yeah, the numbers quickly pile up on this 0.85-mile Herman Tilke design course. So 5 laps down. That's that treacherous turn 1 off camber. The kart just wants to go out to the right, and then later on when they head between turn 1 and 2, that steep downhill, that's where we'll see some of the higher end cars catch air as if it's not nerve-wracking enough to drive into that corner. Imagine doing it, we're trying to be airborne and get to the ground as we see Yedla coming at the camera quickly through the kink and down the back straightaway.
You know, there's a big elevation drop right there out of 4 down through that little S and 5 into the kink, and it's really quite amazing the elevation change that you have here. What a great job Yilke did whenever he created this racetrack of using the the topography that we had here in North Georgia, and being able to plan that into a track so that the drivers have a challenging course, yet it doesn't present an unsafe course with too many drops.
So far, Jedla's been getting a little quicker each lap. He's just about a half second over that 1 minute mark on a lap as he puts 6 on the board. Again, just consistent laps from Jedla as he's slowly drifting away from McAleer in second.
Well, they come through turn 2 once again. It's going to be coming in front of our vantage point here in the tower in turn 4 in just a moment, and then they'll get ready for the white flag next time by. So this race starting to wind down. We still are, he's bettering his lap times, but we still are right in that 1 minute mark, not quite able to get under that at the moment.
McAleer was quicker that time around, just getting under 60.5 seconds, just a few thousandths under that. Looking forward, Charles, next race coming up after this T225 Senior, we have our Tag Junior Senior Master will be out for their pre-final. That's where we'll have a multi-division race all on the track at once. As looks like Edwards has kind of settled into that third place spot, drifted back from McAleer. And so far in this race, it's been all Jedla as he comes down to take the white flag. One more lap to go.
You know, John, we talk about seniors being 15-year-olds, but really when you think about it, when you start racing at 5 years of age, you got quite a bit of experience if you started at that early age when you're up here to 15 years of age.
As we see Jedla coming right by the clubhouse here for 3, 4, and 5. This can be a great passing opportunity or set up something at the end of that back straightaway, but Jedla takes a quick peek behind and sees that no pressure. He just has to hit his marks to get a win in this pre-final.
You know, when you're down in 6 and 7, you are able to, or 7 and 8, you're able to look back, I guess, over your shoulder and see who's behind you, at least if they're a distance behind you, because you have a chance to get a good, at least 90-degree view of what's back there behind you.
Yeah, there's no mirrors in these karts, so the drivers just do it the old-fashioned way, just rubberneck behind, as we see Jedla going through 15, and then he's hard on the brakes through 16 and 17, and he comes down the front straightaway.
Checkered flag ready to be displayed right now. It's going to be Banu Jedla who gets the win. Felix McAleer finishes in second, and Alistair Edwards takes third spot. So congratulations to Jedler as they make their cool-down lap right now and get ready for our next group to come out. Jedla makes his way over to the scale area. He'll be coming through. They're getting ready to check those carts, check their weights out as they get those carts onto the scales, and having to do a little adjustment there that you see to be able to get that one firmly onto the scale area. Little manual work done there on that.
Well, fortunately, the carts are pretty light. Next group of carts that we have in this race will be Tag Junior, Senior, and Master coming out. So a variety of carts. Here's what we mean by these terms. Junior, ages 12 to 16. Senior is age 15 and up. And Master, well, that would be 32 and up, Charles.
And I recognize some names here. Jose Garcia, we're familiar with him from a couple of weeks back.
He runs over Spec Miata at the main track. The weights for these vary by age. The junior have to have a minimum weight of around 330 pounds, senior 360, and the Masters 385.
I also notice another name there from the past, John, Mike Bruce in the 47. Mike ran with us in Legends cars at Atlanta Motor Speedway and also at Lanier National Speedway. So I'm very familiar with Mike. He actually ran some sportsman races back in the day also. Daniel Perez is going to start on this one in the 82 car. He has the first position. Jose Garcia in the 00, as we mentioned, will start second. Donald Davis in the 02 starts third. Craig Foster will be fourth off the line in the 44. James Long in the 67. Mike Bruce, that we mentioned, in the 47 car. Bill Stremple in the 88. And Leonardo Oliveira in the 940.
If you're listening at home, the sound coming out of these engines is a little different. These are two-stroke engines. The 225s, I think, were that four-stroke, a little more lower rumble, guttural sound, as we have cars coming to a stop on track.
That's Perez. He may be waiting on the rest of the field to get up with him. I think he was just waiting on the field to get there. I believe that's what he was doing. But you do see the smoke. You see that two-stroke engine, and you see the extra smoke coming out of those.
Also on the left side of the car, there's a radiator there. So we are going to see business pick up. These carts should be quite a bit faster than the 225 class we just saw.
And they wave to the crowd as they come through, so they'll be getting ready. Got one off course, so I think he didn't realize that we weren't getting, we were going to go through the jelly bean there for the moment.
Yeah, just to speed up the process, when they're not lined up, they'll go through the jelly bean, and this time we see one driver who's off as officials are going to take a moment to get everything all settled together here for the start of our tag junior, senior, and master pre-final.
And I thought that was Perez. It may have been him. He's got to make his way around the course to come back and get in the front right now. John, if this would be at speed, you'd think somebody locked their brakes up by this view with all the smoke coming up, but we know that that's just coming out of the engines instead.
I don't want to call them glorified chainsaws or weed whackers, but
you just did.
But it's that same type of engine, that two-stroke that you can get incredibly high RPMs, incredibly high power, but because of the way they run, they have to have oil mixed in with the gas, like all two-stroke engines, to get lubrication to things. And you see that oil burning off a little bit each time, although some are burning a little more than others here as we're under our parade lap.
And also, you'll notice that they use 110 octane fuel. They do use racing fuel, and they use a special racing oil as well.
So the drivers are going to stack back up 2 by 2 so that we can get underway here in our tag junior, senior, master pre-final.
Well, we've run 3 laps, John. We haven't run a lap yet. That's the way it goes sometimes in racing. Let's see what we do this time. We'll tighten the field up as they come by. Let's see if everybody likes what they see. We do get a green flag. You hear our race director hollering green, green, green on the radio. So they make their way by right now as they come off of turn number 2. They're heading down the big hill right there. Let's see how these drivers do on the big hill.
They're going to be 2 by 2 and swinging out wide through turn 2 there in our tag junior, senior, master. You can tell business and speed has picked up as they sling by the clubhouse and down through the kink. Perez out to a comfortable lead over Jose Garcia.
Wow, some powerful race carts on the track. We noticed one driver getting past the rumble strips. That is a penalty. However, they do give you 1 mulligan before they actually penalize you for that. So maybe he learned his lesson and will not do that again.
Well, the penalty is if they went out there and they weren't forced. Since they were 2 and 3 wide there, they might have ruled that he was forced out into the rumble strips that time, as these carts swing through 15 and then they'll be hard on the brakes and then through 16, but then full gas again down the front straightaway. Perez, a 52-second lap, just to put it in perspective, 8 seconds quicker than our 225 class.
Well, they make it off turn 1 down into turn 2, and again, they make it up that hill with a little more momentum than the carts we've seen in the past have. Wow, so Perez, you can hear the difference in that cart and hear those tires as they start to slip coming by. They're carrying so much speed.
Leonardo Oliveira right to the rear bumper of Garcia, and he looks to the inside down that long back straightaway as out front Perez still has that comfortable lead and is adding on.
You can tell Perez is really scooting the rear end out on that car. He's taking advantage of every opportunity he can in the corners to gain speed, and it looks like he is. We're under 1 minute now, 52 seconds for Perez.
Perez was 2 seconds quicker on that lap, so he's got at least a 2-second lead as it's Perez. And then in second place, we have Oliveira and then Garcia making up the top 3.
Oliveira trying to tighten it up on Perez. There's only a second difference in those 2 drivers right now, as once again they head to turn 2. They've got a little breakaway with those top 2 cars up front from the rest of our field at the moment as they head down into the kink.
Perez almost 3 seconds ahead, just 2 laps into this race. So Perez will probably just need to hit his marks to get an early pre-final win here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You can see him get through the S's cleanly, through 13, and now up hill into 14 as we follow along with our leader, Daniel Perez, as he's going to be hard on the brakes here into critical turn 16.
Well, he has really turned it on this lap. His lead now is going to be several seconds or several tenths. We'll find out what it's going to be in just a moment whenever our race monitor recapitulates. But it's just a second and a half right now that he has over.
Well, that's best lap time. He's 3.5 seconds ahead on the track as he's been faster and faster every single lap. Daniel Perez has, as we see him go down through the kink, one of the fastest acceleration points of this course, and then head out. Great view setting up for turn 9. A lot of action usually happens there when it's the rental carts, but Perez looks like he's on a rail this time.
Man, Perez is doing very well. He's got quite an advantage right now. Look at him as he comes up that hill and gets ready to go down into 14 and take that big turn to the left.
Turn 16 has to be a scary turn for these drivers where there's the wall right in front of them, not a lot of runoff. Perez even tucks his head down the main straightaway to get a little more aerodynamic. A little slower on that lap than his previous, but still extending to about a 3.8 second lead.
Well, he's going to start catching some of the slower carts here in just a few moments. You see him come off turn number 4 in front of us, but he's got one that he's going to be coming up on very soon, as the 282 of Daniel Perez continues to lead this race right now, and he's heading into that treacherous turn 6 and 7.
Not treacherous this time at all for Perez, as second place wasn't even in the shot there. Perez with a big lead, but Perez comes to a stop off turn 11, and he's standing up out of the cart. So some sort of mechanical issue snags Perez. He was having such a great run, Charles, out to over 3.5 seconds lead, and now it's all gone.
Wow, I tell you what, he was really pushing that cart to its limits, and I'm not sure if he just had a chain come off or it just abruptly stopped coming up the hill. So not sure exactly what happened, but that takes Perez out of the going.
Leonardo Oliveira, the recipient of this bit of fortune, so move Oliveira to the front, 5 laps in. Garcia in second, 4 seconds back. So now, Charles, we hadn't thought a lot about durability and just surviving the race, but it seems like that's an important factor now as Oliveira is our leader.
Oliveira is your leader. Garcia in second spot in the 00. They make their way now down. I'm trying to find out exactly where the leader is. We were so much focused on Perez and his problems till I didn't keep up with where the leader was on the course.
Oliveira is our leader coming down through turn 17 and down. Sees those 2 clenched flags, 2 laps to go for our leader, Oliveira. He has more than that front straightaway lead as Jose Garcia comes by in second place and heads off into turn 1. So heartbreak in our tag junior senior master race for Daniel Perez. Out to a big lead, 4 laps in, and then the cart broke coming through turns 9 and 10, and he came to a halt. And that opened up the way for Leonardo Oliveira to seize the lead, and now he is pulling away from Jose Garcia, 5.3 seconds ahead.
Leonardo through the S's as he gets ready to come up the hill. You saw the shot of our leader right there, Leonardo Oliveira. As the laps start to wind down, we'll be coming to white flag this time. Here he comes off 17. This should be a white flag coming out, and it is.
Camden Gentry waves that white flag. Just 17 more corners to go for Leonardo Oliveira to ink the win here in the tag junior senior master pre-final. Jose Garcia 6.8 seconds in a rear, so we see Oliveira come swinging through turns 3, 4, and 5, and then down through the kink. Nobody else in sight. He just needs to keep it between the curbs to get this win in our pre-final.
Oliveira certainly racing the racetrack right now. He's not racing another driver because everybody is comfortably back behind him. But there he comes by Garcia's car sitting on the side of the course, and that just tells you when he comes by there, that can happen to anybody at any point on the racetrack. So it's not a for sure win, even though he makes his way off 16 into 17. He could coast to the win right now. Let's see. Checkered flag is out, and Leonardo Oliveira gets the win. Congratulations to him. Jose Garcia trying to work right now. You see his car coming underneath the checkered flag. So Garcia places second. It'll be Donald Davis in the 02 coming in third spot. So Davis makes his way by. So that's your podium finish. Leonardo Oliveira, Jose Garcia, and Donald Davis, the top 3 for our tag senior and master division.
All right, penalty on 940 for jumping the tram.
Oh my, we just heard the official ruling. There's a penalty on our winner, Leonardo Oliveira, so it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out.
It'll also be interesting to see how it shakes out where Perez broke. He finished 8th in that race. Charles, if they can make repairs to that kart, will 12 laps be enough for him to charge back from the back of that field up to the front when they have their final later in the afternoon?
Well, we know that Perez had a very fast kart, and probably the way that we've seen work going on these cars today, if it's not engine related, more than likely they'll be able to get some repairs taken care of and get that kart ready to go once again. So we'll see what the future holds for Perez as the afternoon wears on.
She's doing the calculations right now. Give her just a second and she'll let you know. I don't think it'll do much.
Yeah, that thing is just not tugging.
You need to stop looking at Ethan. No, I was saying Ethan needs to stop looking at, it's not like a battery.
Hey, y'all's mics are still hot. They can hear all that.
Like, just watch what it's doing.
Tag Rookie and Cadet coming up in just a moment. Tag Rookie and Cadet on their way out. They'll be lining up in just a moment as we'll get them on the race course.
Charles, looking down the list in the lineup for the Tag Rookie and Cadet, a couple of names we're familiar seeing. Kai Mars and Luke Giglio were running earlier in the LO 206 race that opened our program. So here's just some guidelines about who will be running in this Tag Cadet and Rookie. Rookie are for drivers 7 to 10 years old, and Cadet is for 8 to 12 years old. Weight minimums in this class, about 225 pounds for the Rookie class and 245 pounds for the Cadet class. So as the drivers grow up and get bigger, they have a little more weight on the car, but just 225 pounds on that Tag Rookie class. And Kai Mars, if he runs anything like he did in the LO 206 class, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with here in our Tag Rookie and Cadet race.
Well, John, I just had a conversation with Kelly Childs, our official timing and scoring person, and there was a 3-second penalty assessed to Leonardo Oliveira. However, that he had more of a lead than that, so he still came out the winner, even though he had that penalty attached to his time.
Were you able to find out what the penalty was for, what the source was?
It was 3 seconds. That's the information I have. So I don't know exactly what it was for. I just know for how much it was.
We see our drivers in our Tag Cadet and Rookie class lined up in that beautiful starting house. That's what Charles and I were talking about. We're above that here at the track, but that's a great way for the drivers to just enjoy a little bit of shade, as now you can see the sun has come out here in Georgia. If this is your first time watching online on YouTube or Facebook, Atlanta Motorsports Park is located just west of Dawsonville, Georgia. Dawsonville is known in NASCAR circles as the home of Awesome Bill from Dawsonville, Bill Elliott, former NASCAR champion, as well as the defending NASCAR Cup champion Chase Elliott. A lot of other racing history, Thunder Road, the Georgia Racing Hall of Fame, but we have this beautiful kart track as well as the main track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, nestled into the North Georgia hills, just west of Dawsonville.
John, as you look at that shot, you see the ice machine, so if it gets too hot out there, you just go open that up and stick your head in there, and that gives you a little relief when you're out there setting these karts up. We noticed when we were down there earlier today, one great thing to have is a little ear protection in that enclosed area with these loud karts when you are inside that building where they stage karts.
And the noise isn't exactly loud like you would think of as a big muscle car. Charles, I would say it's a shrill, piercing sound, that two-stroke that runs such a high RPM, just has a very high frequency to it.
Yeah, we've heard various reports of RPM level in these cars. We've heard as high as 30,000, which is a blender range, I would say.
That's a good analogy. As our starters are saying, slow down. They're going to stack up 2 by 2 here.
Did not get a start. A starter pulls away. So Kevin pulls away and says, not going to get a start like that. We're going to line them up, go through the little jelly bean. We'll come back around, see if we can do a better job this time. John, we're no strangers to false starts. We see that quite often in any racetrack we're at. You usually have that situation a couple of times in each racing event.
Race officials here at Atlanta Motorsports Park want them to be 2 by 2 as they come down into the grid so that everyone gets a fair shake. You can see the starter there saying, hey, ease it down, gentlemen. And again, our officials didn't like the lineup. One of the lines was not quite lined up, maybe that line on the inside, so they're going to go around one more time through the cutoff and try to get squared up 2 by 2 for the start of our tag rookie and cadet pre-final.
I'm not sure what the rules are here as far as the amount of times that they'll try it. I know that other tracks that we work at sometimes they'll put the second row up there and say, you guys try it and see if you can get a good start, since the first 2 guys couldn't keep it together.
They'll do that after the 3rd time.
We did get a green this time, so 3rd time's the charm for our drivers in Tag Cadet as they make their way, also Tag Rookie in this, as they make their way up toward turn 2. Now they head down into that big, massive turn with the elevation change.
Good exit for our early leader, Kai Mars, and he's running as a Tag Rookie here. A little bit of side-by-side action through turn 3. It's so important for these karts to get a good exit off of turn 4 and 5 as we see Kai Mars head down the back straightaway.
We got a battle going side by side as they head to that turn down in 6 and 7. Oh my goodness, they're going to make it through. They get back single file though. That's a smart thing to do. Mars goes a little wide as they come through, getting ready to come into 8 and that little S-shaped area right there before they come up the hill.
So our top 3 single file have broken away from our next 3 that are also single file. So tripled up in our group as Kyle Mars, Luke Giglio, and Austin Warner are top 3.
Yeah, Giglio and Warner tighten up there behind Mars as they come through, ready to go into turn 1 once again and up the big hill, getting ready to come down to that massive turn 2.
Just over 1 minute on that lap for our karts as you see them get through turn 2, up the hill, and then through that triple left-hand 3, 4 here under our purview, and then turn 5. Last time, Giglio got a great exit off turn 5 and 6, but here we see Warner move down to the inside. He's making a bid for second, but Giglio slams the door.
I think Warner just thought better of it. He thought, I can't take that inside. I'm going to be carrying too much speed and head off into the hedges over there. So he didn't do that. He tucked back in single file. They work their way up turn 9 right now into 10, and they head back to that nice sweep coming down into 11 and into 13. Actually.
Gaps have really closed up there. Warner getting awfully close to and looks to the inside of Giglio there. Coming off 17, we're going to see Warner put the move on and at the line give Warner second place. Mars is not able to pull too far away, so our top 3 are still sort of like a rubber band all pulled together here.
John, we talk about the elevation change, and it's one thing to see it on camera. It's another thing to see it in person, and it's yet another thing to actually be on the course and experience it. I can't imagine what it's like in a kart. We weren't going full speed earlier today when we went through there, but to feel the elevation change, you could actually feel your stomach coming up into the pit of your rib cage, even in a golf cart today.
Yeah, when the turn drops away before turn 2. Something else for our viewers at home. Imagine how steep these hills look when you're sitting literally on the ground. These karts, these drivers are not much more than 1 or 2 inches above the ground as they roll around this 17-turn course. So when you see a hill, imagine sitting in your living room at home. That's what it's like as we see Warner take a look to the inside off 17, and at the line, Austin Warner is our new leader in our Tag Cadet Rookie Pre-Final.
Wow, Warner gets a good run as he came by start-finish and up toward turn 1. Now look at this. We got a battle going on once again, but Mars can't pull it off. It's still Warner when they come into the turn in 4.
Mars decided not. Maybe he can get a good exit here as he looks to the inside. Yes, move Mars back to the front. Warner got a tough exit off 4, but now Warner's fighting back on the inside down the back straightaway.
Look at these guys battling hard. They go side by side. Then I believe it's finally Mars who tucks in behind, or maybe that's Warner at this point who's gotten behind. But they tuck back in single file as they come through that other turn going up the hill, coming out of 9 into 10.
So Warner in second place, right to the rear bumper of Mars as they go down into 16. This is where Austin got a great exit last time, and he's down to the inside again. So they're swapping the lead again, put Austin to the point. Mars falls in behind in second.
It's a funny thing, Mars led most of that lap, but never got credit for it. It was Warner who led the last time by. Mars got by him, but when they got back to where the timing and scoring comes in, it was still Warner. So an interesting lap, even though on record it doesn't look like much happened.
Warner struggled through 4 and 5 last time. He's smooth this time and actually pulls a couple of kart lengths ahead of Mars, with Giglio now reeling in Mars for second.
Well, it's a classic battle going on between Mars and Giglio, as Giglio is right on his tire tracks this time. They head off turn 7 down toward the S's in turn 8. Now, Austin Warner is still out front. You'll see him come into view. Right there he comes as they head up the hill.
So great action in our pre-final for the tag cadet and rookie class with our top 3. They've drawn clear of the rest of the field. It's Warner, Mars, and Giglio right now making up the podium.
Warner is a cadet driver, whereas Mars and Giglio are both rookie drivers. So you would think that by the virtue of those titles and the classification they're in, that Warner has a little more experience, as does Mars and Giglio. But right now they're showing quite a bit of force. It's still Warner who leads them when they come up turn 3 and down into turn 4. And Warner starts to slip ahead of Mars by quite a bit as they head down into the kink.
Warner got a great drive through turn 5 that time. When he first took the lead, it seemed like he had a bobble through 4 and 5 that one lap. He has been smooth since, as a little bit of daylight has opened up between our top 3, about a second between each of the drivers as they come through the S's, and we'll see them pop into view through 13 and then up the hill where they'll settle into flat open speed through 14 here, 15, and then get hard on the binders down into turn 16.
As they come to the completion of lap 6, we will see 2 flags being held out by our chief starter. As the drivers know now, they have 2 laps to go. You know, we've seen some things happen on the last lap. We saw that in our first pre-final this afternoon, where just as the last lap was displayed, we saw somebody make a bold move and get down and take the win. And so we'll see if anything like that's able to take place. However, karts have to be a little tighter than what they are right now for that to happen.
That's right. That camera shot showed a great overhead view of turn 4. Charles, when we drove around that, it is deceptively sharp, a little bit more than 90 degrees. So turn 4 is one of the more difficult turns here. Austin Warner got through it cleanly on that lap, down the back straightaway, and then through the S's. So now we're going to see him pop into view with our leader, Austin Warner, coming up into turn 14. He has about a 1-second lead over Kai Mars.
He'll be expecting the white flag to come out this time. We should see that as they head off 17 for the final corner until they get to start finish. And there's the white flag being displayed. One more lap around, 17 more turns, as you mentioned before, that they've got to go through to complete this race.
Well, just 16 as he now sets up for turn 2 there. Gut-wrenching turn there with the drop and then the climb back again. As we see Mars not going away quite yet, as we see a little different angle through turns 3, 4, and 5. If only Mars could get a little closer, he'd have a chance under braking in 9, but Warner is just far enough ahead to fend off any charge.
Well, Mars is trying to tighten it up a little bit. He's doing all he can on this final lap, but I think Warner's just going to have too much for him as they work their way by for the final time. They go up the hill, and we'll see what happens as they get into 13 and 14.
Down through turns 15. Warner's going to be hard on the brakes through 16 and 17, where he has done an excellent job. And coming to the checkered flag and winning our tag cadet and rookie pre-final, Austin Warner, Kai Mars second, and Luke Giglio are making our top 3.
Now, congratulations to those guys. I don't guess you do podium finishes necessarily. We might call it that, but there's not an actual podium for a pre-final. That'll come up in the finals a little later on in the afternoon. But congratulations to those guys. I think it's always bragging rights to say, even in a pre-final, I had a podium finish. So that's a good thing to say.
Charles, I think drivers want to win at the grocery store checkout line. Drivers just always want to win.
I think you're right, John. We see that so often with drivers. Go back to Days of Thunder. I'll race you to victory lane. They're going to do whatever it takes to win at any point during the day.
Remember in Days of Thunder, they were racing their wheelchairs down the hospital hallway. So drivers that are have that bug, have that itch. They're looking to win everywhere.
I saw a documentary on the making of Days of Thunder, and the actor who played Rowdy Burns in that said that they probably did 45 minutes of those wheelchair races. He said he and Tom Cruise had bloody knuckles when they were done. They banged together so many times, and he said they wound up using like 45 seconds in the movie. Got our next group lined up. It's going to be the seniors and the juniors. It's the KA 100 seniors and juniors. Here's a name we know, Raiden Nickel, John, our 13-year-old that we've seen on the big track so many times, and he is out starting today in the 93. He'll start it on the pole today.
Well, having seen Raiden race before, we've seen him in a full-fendered Miata, full enclosed Miata. We've seen him in one of those open cockpit radical downforce cars. Now we're seeing almost like a regression, less and less parts around him as he's in a Kart today in our KA 100 class.
And quite a bit closer to the ground. We were talking to some folks down there. That skid plate, they try to put it 1 inch from the racing surface. So that's a pretty tight quarters for the youngster. Gabe Spencer will start second. He'll be in the 240. Jacob Hughes third in the 47. Spencer Mast will be in the 41. Martin Simonov will be in the 26. Christian Foster in the 4. Jose Garcia, another famous name from here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, in the 00. Grayson Ball in the 421. Vincent Capitillo will be in the 14. And Xander Laws is in the 116.
So we hear some of the engines revving beneath us, Charles. I don't know if that's our next class or some of the cars that have gone through tech or pre-staging. As we see our cameras zoom in on the Atlanta Motorsports Park, that's the clubhouse. Charles and I are inside there. That's over at the main track, another part of this beautiful facility. If you're watching online on Facebook or on YouTube, head on over to www.atlantamotorsportspark.com. That's atlantamotorsportspark.com for information about the events here or how you could become a member and have the opportunity to drive on the tracks here. You can see all of those exotic cars over at the main track today. They're doing a charity ride called Rides to Remember for kids that maybe have some sort of illness, terminal illness, and this is a chance for them to get out and experience the 16-turn, almost 2-mile Herman Tilke designed main course here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
John, do you feel a little funny when you drive up, when we do the races at the main track? Do you feel a little funny when you drive up in your vehicle? I know that my Ford F-150 does not necessarily fit in with all the Mercedes and the BMWs and the Porsches that are in the parking lot, but I proudly show up in my truck anyway.
Well, I'm an engineer by trade, so my Toyota Camry fits my personality perfectly. I'll just say that. Charles, I saw on Facebook you were posting a question of the first car that you owned, and I saw you had a picture of a Pinto in yours. My first car was a 1978 Vet.
The
a
Chevette.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, the Chevette, which is even close to a Corvette.
We all know about those Chevettes, and everybody called them, I have a vet. Yes, sir. We know you do, but not much to brag about.
I bought it from my sister for $1, and I think I overpaid. That car, I'm glad. Now here's something about automobiles, Charles. Back in the 70s, you would do a little prayer when you went to start the car because you really didn't know if it was going to start.
That's right.
Nowadays, we're 40 plus years later. How far automobiles have come from the reliability standpoint, that when you get in it, you have this expectation of, of course it's going to start, and it's going to get me where I need it to go.
Well, if you notice that post I put on today, my first car was a 1963 Ford Fairlane. I didn't keep it long. As soon as I got a job after turning 16, which was very quickly, I immediately bought a 69 Ford Mustang Fastback, and I had the hottest car in school at that point, so that was a cool thing to have. It had a manual transmission, so if my battery was dead, I just parked it on a hill, and I could always get that thing rolling. There wasn't a problem with that. Nowadays, you have a problem with that.
You'd pop start it.
Pop started, absolutely.
And when our shifter carts come out later, they basically do a pop start where someone gets behind the driver, gives them a little bit of a push, like a bobsled, like a running push, and then the driver pops the clutch, gets it revving, and then give it some gas, and off they go.
We were noticing earlier today there's nowhere really for them to push the cart because everything back there on that section, except very low to the ground, is hot. So they actually push the driver's shoulders, and I thought that was quite an interesting thing. That's just what they expect. The drivers are bracing ready for that push from their shoulders to get those carts started.
Looking on camera now, that is Will Rigdon, who's driving the golf cart around. Charles, he'll be on the microphone at points during our afternoon as time goes on, so we'll be welcoming in Will as the third member of our announce crew as we're waiting to get underway with our KA Junior and Senior. Again, Junior, Senior. Junior would be 12 to 16, Senior 15 and above.
You talk about Will, you know, I have a pet peeve about people using the term infamous when they really mean famous. I think that they're using that term thinking it's more famous by using the word infamous. Infamous means something totally different.
Yes.
So in this case, we want to say that's the infamous Will Rigdon that was on that golf cart.
Well, Charles, that's actually in the movie Three Amigos, where they talk about the infamous El Guapo, and they break it down as that's infamous. More than famous, and that's not what it means. In this case, he's the bad guy in the film. We see our KA 100 Senior and Junior drivers rolling around on their pace lap. They're 2x2 as you see the helmets flash by as they crest the hill of turn 13, and now they're dipping down into 14, weaving as they go, trying to get those sticky, slick cart tires warmed up as much as possible. Like, whoa, and they get stacked up as they're weaving. Some three of the cars in the back of the course get crossed up as they were just weaving, trying to get some heat in the tires, and a couple of the drivers made contact as now they're trying to get lined up. One of them was the 420 out there, the 07, and the 96, just three of the drivers. So that's going to force a no start here. Looking down at my sheet, Anthony Hyman in the 420, Hayden Kasman in the 07, where two of the drivers involved. So they're going to take the cutoff here on the Jelly Bean as they'll have to get all relined up after that little bobble on the parade lap.
Well, John, we know Raiden Nickel is usually a favorite to win every time we see him at the big track. I wonder if he's considered the favorite here. He does has the opportunity to start on the pole, so that means he was pretty fast in our qualifying. Let's see what he does here. The 93 cart starts on the inside pole. Let's see if we get a good start this time by.
False start that time. You can see some of the drivers sticking a hand up in the air, letting the drivers behind them know we're not going to go, as we had one car that was pulled off to the side of the track just off the exit of 17. So, Charles, it seems like all the chaos is broken loose here in our KA 100 Junior and Senior race before they even got to the green flag.
Now, once again, we see the smoke coming out of those engines with these carts. We talked to some of the crew members and some of the dads, actually, and some of the drivers earlier about tires and the situation with tires here. We'll talk about that a little more as this race goes on. Let's see if we get a good green flag start. Yes, sir. We are underway as we head to turn one. Man, you got to wonder what it's like when you first come down that hill in turn two on fresh tires.
3 wide through turn one with some cars going out over the curbs, and they're going to be 2 and 3 wide through turn two as well. Out front, Gabe Spencer got the early pip at the line as they're going to be 2 wide through turn 4 and down through our kink.
And Spencer Mast really putting the pressure on Gabe Spencer right now as a battle of the Spencers goes on side by side. Now all of a sudden somebody backs off as they head into turn number 6 and down into 7. I believe we have a new leader coming off turn 7 right now.
Hard to see the numbers from here, but just a quick look. That was Raiden Nickel getting back up into the lead. Raiden running this race as a senior. Hard to think of that young man as a senior, but Nickel leads as we've had churn up through. Looks like Gabe Spencer in second, and then maybe Spencer Mast back in third. So Nickel leads Spencer and Mast through lap number 1.
Nickel using some of that great big track experience. He took them 2 wide. He passed 2 cars as they went into 6 and 7. Man, what a battle we got going on, John.
And side by side coming to the outside, Spencer Mast gets by Gabe Spencer through 3 and 4. Mast is hoping to get a good launch to reel in our leader, Raiden Nickel, Almost looks like Spencer bobbled coming up that hill off the exit of turn 2.
Now, Spencer looking to the inside. We got two Spencers there. We got Gabe Spencer, and then we got Spencer Mass. So the Spencer is still duking it out there for second and third spot. Raiden Nickel trying to pull away just a little bit now as he heads up the hill.
Well, this race has been crazy enough. Nickel probably wants to run away and hide and leave the battle for second place as now the third, fourth, and fifth. We got 4 cars all tucked into a bunch for second. Out front, Raiden Nickel is leading as he clips across the line, 1.6 seconds ahead, and then it's a melee for second place.
Christian Foster is back behind this battle going on for second and third. He is in fourth place right now. He's got a pretty good battle going on with Jacob Hughes in the 47. They head to that tough turn 4, which is, as you mentioned, a little greater than 90 degrees.
It's greater than 90 degrees. It's flat, and the exit for that sets up your speed down this back straightaway as we see Nickel in the lead, but then the Spencers close together again as we see Nickel smooth through the corner, and then it's bumper-to-bumper action for second.
Boy, he handles those S's with just such precision when he comes off that corner. He looks really good in that. A smooth driver, Raiden Nickel. You've had an opportunity to chat with him several times. He's been a winner of a number of races that you have been doing in Victory Lane, and the youngster's quite impressive.
Impressive, and I would say velvety smooth through these tough corners here. As it's still a great battle for second, but Nickel 2.2 seconds ahead, so he is ahead and going clear at this point with 3 laps in of our 8-lap pre-final.
Our Spencers are duking it out still for second and third. That's Spencer Mast in the 41 and Gabe Spencer in the 240. You see them as they head down toward the kink right now.
So second and third paired up on the track. A little bit of daylight between Gabe Spencer in third, back to Jacob Hughes in fourth as we have some 2-wide action for fifth. Simonov looking to the inside of Foster into turn 9.
Here comes Nickel up the hill.
Jacob Hughes is the grandson of Bud Hughes, who has the radio show on WGUN. You know Bud Hughes' Pets Garage?
Heading down into turn 16 and 17, Nickel continues to lead Spencer Mast and Gabe Mast, and then a great 3-car battle shaping up for fourth place as they're swinging wide off 17, trying to get as much throttle as they can and get the most speed as they are halfway through this feature.
Jacob Hughes is the driver of the 47, runs in fourth position right now. We've just been informed that his granddad is Bud Hughes that has the popular radio show on WDUN, Bud's Garage. So quite a bit of history in that family when it comes to mechanics and all things automotive.
Another great battle for fifth place here. Looks like Simonov again looking to the inside of Christian Foster for fifth place. So it's 1 and then a pair and then 3 on this track. This KA 100 Junior Senior Pre-Final has been some of the most compelling racing this afternoon.
Yeah, Simonov looks like he's starting to try to get in that battle a little more right now as the Kart in sixth position right now kind of moves up. Look at this battle going on. That's for second and third.
Almost a bump draft off 17 there as Spencer Mast continues to lead Gabe Spencer by about 1 kart length. Out of the picture, Raiden Nickel is checked out and is gone. He's run a sub 54 second lap. This time we see Spencer Mast again just holding on in second, and it's still a great battle for fourth now with Hughes and Simonov. You're right, Simonov is there and hungry for more as he's in fifth place and glued to the rear bumper of Jacob Hughes.
They are racing tight. We got a battle to be inside as we look down toward 6 and 7. That was one of those times, John, where we learned earlier that if you go in there too low, you may come out behind the rest of the group because they keep the momentum up, and that was the case right there when those 3 karts went in and one tried to take the inside. He came out third.
And with these comparatively low-powered karts, especially with these 2-stroke engines, you need to keep those RPMs up. As we have one going around in turn 16, local caution comes out. Nickel continues to lead Spencer Mast and Gabe Spencer. We'll try to get some information on who that slower car coming by was. Grayson Ball in the 10th place was the driver that had gone for that spin off turn 16. So we're back in on our second and third place driver. Spencer Mast in the 41 leads Gabe Spencer in the 240. And then side by side, Martin Simonoff looks to the inside but cannot make it happen through turn 9.
They just cannot come out of that corner right there in side-by-side fashion. Somebody has to give, and at that point it was Simonoff who gave once again as Jacob Hughes continues to run in fourth. Your leader is already out of 17. Here's your battle for second and third and for fourth and fifth.
White flag from our starter as Gabe Spencer takes a brief look to the inside of Spencer Mast, does not push the issue through turn 1. So Mast continues ahead of Spencer for second. Raiden Nickel again checked out of the picture as your leader. And then Jacob Hughes and Martin Simonoff in fourth and fifth. So 1 leads 2 and 2 here on our white flag lap in our KA Junior Senior pre-final.
John, you got to wonder about the adrenaline rush you have. You know it's the white flag lap. You know you got to do something. You hear the guy behind you. You know his engine is right there at you. Does the adrenaline take over and you overdrive, or can you keep your composure and keep your patience and try to still pull off a good finish?
Well, it's easier said than done from up here in the announce booth. We've had some great swapping in the lead for fourth and fifth, but out front and coming under the checkers, Raiden Nickel wins our KA Junior Senior pre-final. Coming to the line with the checkers in the air, second place, Spencer Mast. Gabe Spencer comes in third in the 240, and then that great battle for fourth. Jacob Hughes was able to hold off Martin Simonoff as they finished fourth and fifth.
You know, we want to say, and it's certainly true, that Raiden Nickel ran a great race, but the outstanding race was going on between Spencer Mast and Gabe Spencer. Those two drivers really raced hard. They raced each other very hard throughout the entire race. Same thing happened with Jacob Hughes in the 47 and Martin Simonoff in the 26. Those drivers battled hard as well. So they've got some stories for the day to tell about. Of course, Raiden Nickel will be the driver that gets the win, and we'll find him starting on the pole for the final coming up a little later on today. But right now in the pre-final, it was Raiden Nickel who got the win, the 13-year-old that has shown he's got some racing prowess no matter what kind of vehicle he sits in.
Charles, I'll still say it seems odd to think of young Raiden as a senior, quote unquote, one of the up-and-coming drivers in Georgia. We've seen him here in karting, also over at the main track in the Radical Cars and in Spec Miata. So a wealth of talent and a great future lies ahead for Raiden Nickel, winner of our pre-final in the KA Junior Senior race.
A couple of weeks back, I remember whenever he was over there and he had a problem in the Radical car, and you went down and talked to him later and found out the chain came off. You know, sometimes it's the little things you don't expect that can cause a problem like that, and that seems to be more prevalent than not in those cars. Rather than a major problem, it's just a chain came off.
The next race that will come onto the track is the LO 206 Senior and Master race. And they're going to go 8 laps as well for the LO 206 Senior drivers. That's for drivers age 15 and up. The weight limit is about, I'm looking over my notes here, 360 pounds. And for the Masters, which can be 32 years and above, an ample 390 pounds for the Kart.
Wow. I tell you, that gives you a little leeway there for us older guys that might be packing on a little extra. Let's check out the lineup for you. Brad Estes will be on the pole. He is a senior. Matter of fact, all of these that are in our lineup are seniors. Brad Estes in the 17. Theodore Simonov in the 369. Danny May will start inside row 2 in the number 8. It'll be Joe Davis in the 31. Xander Laws, who we saw out before, will be in the 116. Carson Craig in the 56. Banu Yedla, we saw him out there earlier also in that 21. Alistair Edwards, who made an earlier appearance on the track as well, in the 711. It'll be Adam Phillips in the 315 and Matt Lassiter in the 87.
Charles, just looking at what's on the camera, that might be the pre-grid, pre-staging area of our LO 206 Junior race that will be coming up after the LO 206 Senior Master race. So we see some of the juniors just sitting there. They'll sit there before moving up under our building. So this is a great chance for us to at least get a look at some of the drivers that will be up ahead in the next race. So we see 48 there on the pole. That's not Brent Estes. That's not Theodore Simonoff. Those are some of our junior racers.
Yeah, we hear them cranking up below us in the staging area down there. We talked to some of the dads earlier today, and we were looking at these carts, and we saw the difference in tire widths. Everybody except for one division is running the red tires, and the others are running the yellow. Those are a softer tire for the faster divisions, but the widths of those tires vary from the cart and from the experience level of these drivers.
Yes, the faster the cart, the more power. You tend to see that the rear wheels are almost twice as wide as, say, the kid cart class. The front tires are about the same width, though, so not a lot of change up front. Where you really notice it is on the back tires, so that these drivers can get all of that two-stroke goodness down to the ground and hopefully stick around the corners here. So as we see Brent Estes weaving, trying to get some heat into those tires. A cold tire won't have the grip that a warm tire does, and when they start cold, they don't have that grip, so by weaving back and forth, they create a little extra friction, sort of like rubbing your hands together, and that'll heat those tires up to the proper operating temperature.
We are just about ready to see if we get a green. Let's see what we have going on whenever they come down to the staging area. We've got our official down there, our pit steward, keeping them slowed down and side by side. We're good to go right now. Let's see if we get a green. We do get a green. We're underway. Good start from these drivers. Man, it's great to see somebody get a start first time by, John.
Lots of jostling through turn one with some 2 and 3 wide action. Now, next time by, those riders will literally be flying off that downhill there. As we see them through turn 2, some cars wiggling and getting out wide of the curbs as they try to navigate through tough turn 2.
They bring them off turn 4 right now. I believe that's Brant Estes out front as they head down toward the kink. That's Estes in the 17, the 369 of Theodore Simonoff, and Danny May in the 8 as they head to that big turn over in 6 and 7 and 8.
These don't sound like those two-stroke engines. They sound like those lumbering four-stroke engines, a little deeper pitch as they drive by us. Estes smooth as he heads up through turn 13 and up the hill.
And that's a blind curve when they get up there. They got to know what this race course does, because you're coming off and you have to realize that that's going to be a right-hander when you get to that point. Now through the big sweeping left-hander down to turn 17.
Our top 3 have broken away from our next group as we see some side-by-side battles back through 4th place. Joe Davis came in 4th. He lost his spot to Xander Laws. And Alistair Edwards outrunning a second race here in our LO206 senior class, as we see our top 3 continuing to have broken away from the rest of the pack.
Top 3 are continuing to race under power. We did have a corner caution for a cart that got off in 17, but I believe he's back on track right now, and the driver's still back in full force as they make their way into 7 and getting ready for that S's in turn number 8.
Great 4-car battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th and 6th, as out front, Brant Estes is able to get through the S's, and he has a little bit of daylight back from him to Simonoff.
You know, we talk about these carts being pretty simple machines, but yet there's quite a bit of technology in these carts. As we see a little side-by-side action going on, they'll probably get back single file, but right now they're still going side-by-side off of 17.
Danny May had gotten past Simonoff, but then Simonoff went full send up the inside. Now you can almost see the drivers ducking their heads down the front straightaway to get a little aero advantage, be a little bit more aerodynamic, as Estes is pulled away from Simonoff out to a 1.1 second lead 2 laps in.
And of course they slow coming up that hill. The momentum just really takes it away from these carts coming up the hill. Another big battle going on for 2nd and 3rd.
May is pounding on that rear bumper of Simonoff as we see May right in his tire tracks now. We'll probably see him pull out as they make an entrance into turn 9. One of the best passing spots on the track, but it looks like he stayed glued in the tire tracks and through the S's. So Simonoff holding on to 2nd by the skin of his teeth right now.
We were talking to one of the young drivers down there today. They wear a carbon fiber rib protector, and they were talking about the G-forces and how, especially in 6 and 7, and of course in 16 and 17, the G-forces that come into play there and how it throws your body and your ribs up against the side of the seat. They need a little bit of protection to warrant some damage, or to keep from having damage on those ribs.
Definitely not a lot of muscle or fat up on the back of the ribs of the body, so they need some help there, as these karts do not have any suspension. Any bump, anything you hit, you are going to feel it in your body. As Estes is pulled clear, May still trying to find a way to get by Simonoff. He had a couple of opportunities. Simonoff was able to get clear of him in 16, and now we see May right in the tire tracks as they head up to turn 9.
Usually we talk about the color of the car or the color of a sponsor or something on a race car. Here you can certainly tell it's Simonoff by his red driving suit. So we got a little bit of change up there. Some of these drivers have different colored helmets, and that gives us a little bit of an advantage as to see who is who on the racetrack.
Looks like May's pushing Simonoff up the hill between 13 and 14. Will May take a look out? He doesn't. He stays right in the tire tracks of Simonoff. So Estes continues to lead Simonoff and May as we're halfway through our LO 206 senior junior pre-final.
We've got the kids coming up next. It's always fun to see them out there. They run a little bit of an abbreviated course, and the kids are lining them up as we saw earlier. So we always get excited about those kids getting quite a bit of an experience on this race course. There you see Estes coming by. We've also got Simonov and May as they continue to battle it out. Not quite as tight as that battle has been earlier in the race.
So according to scoring, Estes 1.3 seconds ahead halfway through this race. To give a comparison, these LO 206 seniors and masters are running about 1:01, 1 minute, 1 second lap times. The previous classes we saw, when we saw that KA class, they were running down in the 52, 53 second realm. So these 4-cylinder engines, definitely a little lower power.
Yeah, I can't wait till we see the shifter carts come out there. We're going to see some pretty fast times from them, so we look for that coming up a little later in the afternoon. Right now, it's Estes, but we still got that battle going on, Simonov and May, as they head down to turn 2.
May got right to the rear bumper of Simonoff heading into turn 1. May's been able to get up beside Simonoff through turn 3. He doesn't look to the outside this time. He stays right in the tire tracks. May seems quicker almost on the uphills. That's where he reels in Simonov.
If you're a driver in the position of Danny May right now, you got to wonder, do I need to try a different line? Do I need to do something to get by Simonov? Or am I just going to pressure him to make a mistake? So there's two different ways of thinking about that when you're in a tight battle going on for a position.
Pressure from behind can make a driver miss his marks. That's where we see Brent Estes right now out front, just hitting his marks, consistently quick times. May applying maximum pressure to that rear bumper of Simonoff as they head down to 16.
Wow, Simonov starts to pull away a little bit now. May got a little tight on there, had to brake going in. Now he's down to the inside, so he's set himself up for a good battle as 2 flags are shown for 2 laps to go.
May almost looked like he was reaching his hand back to make an adjustment, and Simonoff fights up the inside of turn 2. How's this going to work off the exit?
Oh.
Estes still ahead with May getting out into the curbs and a little argy-bargy as they're coming up to turn 3. So May and Simonoff swapping the lead, swapping second place several times between the start-finish line and turn 4.
I saw some of the rental carts down there, and they have bumpers on the side of them because they expect drivers to get together. These have no bumpers. You don't really expect that much out of drivers getting together, but it happened on that lap.
Well, they do have a rear bumper and a front bumper just for some protection so they don't jump wheels. Out front with just 2 laps to go, we see Estes with a comfortable lead. Now May has drawn a few kart lengths clear of Simonoff in second. It will be interesting to see, does May have enough time to close in on Estes for the lead?
Estes has quite an advantage right now. They come off 17. They're looking toward the white flag this time. There it's being displayed. So white flag is out. We're 1 lap to go, and the driver's pretty much single file all the way through that field.
Almost looks like the drivers are drafting down that main straightaway when they duck their head to get a little bit out of the air and try to get a fraction of a mile per hour to get further up the track as we focus in on our second and third place. Danny May in second, smooth through 4 and 5, and he sets off through the kink.
For so long, Simonov held that second place spot, and May was bumping on the door, bumping on the bumper, trying to get by him. But now Danny May pretty much in control of second position. If he can just hit his marks, he may be in for a good podium finish there in second. Right now, it's still Brett Estes up front as he works through the final corners coming to the checkered flag.
Time is waning in our LO 206 Senior Master pre-final as we follow second and third and fourth and fifth, but out front from the get-go, Brant Estes took to the early lead, and now he sees the checkers. Brant Estes wins our LO 206 Senior Master pre-final.
Well, congratulations to Brad Estes. Danny May finishes in second. Theodore Simonoff third in the 369. Xander Laws takes a fourth place spot. We didn't talk a lot about Xander during this race. He's in the 116. Joe Davis was fifth in the 31. Alistair Edwards in the 711 sixth. Matthew Rexrode in the number 18 finishes in seventh. Adam Phillips in the 315 eighth. Carson Craig in the 56 ninth. And rounding out the top 10 was Banu Yedla in the number 21.
Yedla was one of our winners in one of our earlier races. So we see several different names popping up. We're Kart being a fairly inexpensive way to race. We see some drivers in multiple classes here on this beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Dawsonville, Georgia.
We were downstairs looking at the showroom area a little earlier, and the Praga is one of the karts that they sell here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. They're official dealer for Praga in the United States. And those karts range anywhere from, say, $7,000 to $10,000, somewhere in that range. Some are a little cheaper for the basic kart themselves. And then we walked through the staging area and through the paddock area, and we saw a lot of different names of karts out there. So there's a lot of different ones, Tony being one of the main ones that we saw, the manufacturer Tony. So there's a lot of different karts that are available, and these drivers are in various karts, but they all have basically the same specifications in order that they might have a chance to run together. Our next group is staged. We're ready to bring them out on track here in just a moment. I believe this is going to be our kids. It'll be the LO 206 juniors coming up now. And one of the drivers that we were talking to earlier, he actually has a video on YouTube for Atlanta Motorsports Park, and that's Olivier Patek. And he and his dad do some talking about this track, and it's a great thing to check out, so check that out if you can. He starts on the pole in the 12. Noah Ryan starts outside in the 48. Alyssa Vaskaku in the 07. Logan Bice in the 33. Luke Kondrowski in the 35, Wesley Bacon in the 06, Spencer Mast, a name we've heard already, in the 60 car, and Andrew Thomas in the number 2 as we get our lineup ready to roll.
Alyssa will be the easiest for us to recognize on the camera. She was dressed in that pink fire suit. So we were talking about some drivers are easier to recognize by the kit, by their colors. Alyssa's in a pink fire suit, so she'll be easy to identify as she'll be starting inside the second row for this 8-lap pre-final.
Great driver from this area of the country. She was actually from Dalton, Georgia. Tammy Jo Kirk used to wear a pink fire suit back in the day, and she was a great motorcycle racer before she became a NASCAR driver. So Tammy Jo, always in that pink fire suit. We could spot her anywhere. Took her on a media tour one day, and she showed up in her pink fire suit to go on the media tour. Thought that was quite interesting. We're ready to get them on the grid right now as the youngsters are ready to come out. The LO 206 juniors ready to bring them out on the racetrack.
Some rules backgrounds for our LO 206 juniors. This is for drivers between the ages of 12 and 16, much like our LO 206 classes where we've seen the cadet or the senior and master. These drivers will be racing on a about 310-pound kart total with the driver. So again, we see the weights change as the drivers get older, a little bit more weight on the kart. The drivers will want to have as little weight as possible. They'll want to roll across that scale if they can exactly at 310 pounds. Every pound they carry extra is going to result in being a little slower on the track. And as Charles has hinted at, coming up after our LO 206 juniors will be the apex predators of the karting world, the shifter class. They will be a treat for the eyes and for the ears when they come out. But first, we have a great field rolling off here in our LO 206 junior classes. They're coming out of the start house and will start their parade lap.
Heading down into the kink right now. They'll work their way on this parade lap to get things going for these youngsters as Olivier Patek is going to be starting on the pole for this one. And as we mentioned, he's in a Tony Kart. We were down there looking at it earlier, and he and his dad, they're serious about what they got going on in the racing world. He's quite a youngster, and there you see him cleaning those tires off. My goodness, he's really getting some heat in there, trying to clean any debris that he might have picked up to get those tires a little hotter. You know, whenever you've got cold tires and you head off into turn 2, you got to wonder what that thing's going to do at the bottom of 2. Is it going to stick like you want it to?
And there's been times in the past drivers on cold tires have gotten into some bad accidents. Roberto Guerrero at the Indy 500 on the parade lap one year spun it to the infield. As we see Piatek and Ryan, they're going to try to get side by side. Let's see if we get a start.
And we do get a green. It's a good start this time, as the youngsters seem to do a better job than some of the older drivers have done as far as getting a good start off turn number 17 as they head into 1.
3 wide through turn 1. Alyssa Vascu moved right to the inside, and she takes the lead. And now there's some contact coming through turn 2 and up the hill.
We got one driver that's faded to the back, and that may be Piatek. We'll have to check and see as Vascu gets the early advantage, and she's heading down into the kink.
So Vascu leads our next pair as second and third have paired up. We do see that number 12 car that is Piatek, who has dropped gone from the pole all the way into 8th place early on.
Got the pink fire suit and the pink cart coming off turn number 7 and into 8 up the S's. Here they come into turn number 10. Alyssa shows the way right now as they head that blind turn up in 11 and 12.
Something you see on the drivers here, and most of these carts, they'll have a GoPro somewhere on them. Our third place driver right now, if you look on the top of his helmet when we get a close shot, you can actually see the GoPro affixed right to the top of the helmet as our top 3 are nose to tail down the front straightaway.
Well, they got them glued together as they come across. Vascu, your leader, Logan Bice in second spot in the 33, and Noah Ryan in the 48. They're down into turn 2. Everybody taking the same exact line as they're in each other's tire tracks as they come up the hill.
Vascu continues to lead. It's at lap times in this class, about 1 minute 5 seconds for that first lap. They should be a little quicker as they're now fully up to speed. Vascu leading, but here come second and third. We have a little bit of a freight train down the back straightaway.
Now they go into 6 and 7. They came out of the kink and did a good job going through there. Let's see how they handle this, what can be a treacherous turn. I think most of these drivers are professional enough they make it through. As we mentioned, when some of the rental cart drivers are out there, we see quite a few spins and circumstances that happen off that turn. But right now, everybody making it through. Did you see Alyssa take a quick look behind her to see who was right there on the spot when she came off that corner?
A little bit of defensive driving from our leader as Vascu leads off 17, and they're still nose to tail down the front straightaway with 2 laps going on the board.
We got a tight battle, and it's even tighter between the second and third place carts as they go down into 2 once again. Those carts have been all over each other. Taking a quick look to the inside and then thinking better of it is Noah Ryan, who's in third spot in the 48.
Ryan's lost a little bit of ground to the front 2 as now Bice puts maximum pressure on Vascu through the kink and down the back straightaway. Let's see if Bice will set up for a move heading into turn 9.
Right now our leaders are already in turn number 7 as they work through that area. They're coming off of 7. There's some other drivers that are heading into that area also.
Looks like we had a pass for one of those positions there as Piatek had fallen all the way to the back of the field. By race monitor, he is up to 7th, but I believe on the track he's up to 6th place as Spencer Mast is one of the other names we've seen in our racing earlier today in 6th place.
Yeah, Piatek has been very fast in that cart, and I would not be surprised if he doesn't work his way back up through the field, but unless we have a caution of some kind that tightens this field up, he's got a lot of work to do to try to get up near the front.
Well, this is a pre-final, and where the racers finish at the end of this 8-lap race determines where they start for the feature. So for Piatek, who is in 6th place, every spot he gains is going to help him in that final. The top 3 is probably out of the question, but if he can get up to 4th, that would be a great recovery for that young man and a great way to start the feature on the 2nd row instead of being back in the 4th row. Piatek
shown in 6th spot as he worked his way around the timing and scoring last time by.
Looks like Piatek jumped up even into 5th place there. So Piatek's on the move. Quite a gap up ahead to the top 3, but Piatek is leading this next group down through turn 13.
John, we were here several weeks back when we were watching a photo shoot as they were trying to clear the turn 2 area, and that was Piatek in that cart that was doing it that day. So he's got a lot of experience. He got some experience catching some air off turn 2.
Okay, was that this cart or was that one of his water?
It was a
one of
different
the
cart,
water-cooled
and he is in a
carts.
new cart today. That's why he's so fast in this
Okay.
cart.
These LO206 carts a little slower than some of the other carts as we see our top 3 lumbering up the hill off turn 2. Vasco leads from the get-go. She jumped to the inside at the start and got the edge going into turn 1. Piatek is the rider on the move. He's 6.2 seconds back with 4 laps to go. He may not be able to reel them in, but if he does, expect some fireworks.
Well, Vasco has been leading this race from the outset, and looks like Bice has been hanging in there tough, still in second spot. You couldn't put a cart in between them. There's less than a cart length distance there, as well as back to Noah Ryan. And Ryan, now look at them, all 3 almost bumping as they head into those final corners on this lap.
Bump drafting there almost, Charles. You know Piatek back and forth wants to see these top 3 start dicing for the lead in racing. That will slow them down as you almost see some hand signals from our leader, Vasco, maybe saying, come on, guys, let's get in line and break away and just secure good spots here in this pre-final.
Well, Alyssa is trying to get through those turns. She breaks away just a little bit. You might could slide a cart in between there, but no, says Bice as he battles back up hard. So once again, off turn 4 as they head down to the kink, they're in single file behind each other, working into that kink area in turn 5. Again, trying to break away those top 2 cars from our 3rd car of Noah Ryan.
Drivers will give some signals in kart racing where they might say, hey, let's not race, let's ride right now, where we'll be faster in one line as opposed to trying to go side by side and slow each other down. So maybe that's what we're seeing here in the pre-final is our top 3 saying, forget racing for position until maybe the last lap. Let's just secure top finishes so we'll have a good start in the final later today.
16 and 17 have not been too big of an issue for drivers today, even though that's a tough corner. They come by now, 2 flags being displayed. Once again, you see Alyssa Vasco saying, guys, let's stay in line. We've got this thing going. I'm sure that's what she wants to say to them. Don't anybody break out and try to get by me. I think that would be the thing that most anybody would say if they're in the lead of a race like this, especially as highly contested as this one is.
Drafting seems to play a pretty decent role in this class. It's 7 seconds back to Piatek in 4th. So Bice and Ryan aren't going to wait too much longer till they start taking some shots here because at this point, Piatek is out of the picture in 4th place. So I think we're going to start to see Bice and Ryan making some efforts and taking some chances with about a lap and a half to go.
Well, you'd have to say it's been yeoman's work on Piatek's part to get up to 4th after spinning out at the very beginning and having to work back through. Our drivers are coming now, the leaders that is, going into 16 and out of 17. They'll be coming to the white flag this time, so one more time by as these drivers certainly have a breakaway going from Piatek and the rest of our group of drivers in the LO206 juniors.
I didn't see any hand signals from our top 3 down the front straightaway that time. So, Charles, I think the truce, the entente has ended. We're going to see Vasco, Bice, and Ryan put on a show on this final lap around here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
They come by our camera vantage point, and our announcing vantage point here at the tower is head down to the kink once again for the final time. They work tight going there for Logan Bice as he's right up on the back of Alyssa Vasco. Look at him going to the inside, trying to make a setup. Now he's looking inside as he went outside going into that corner, but unable to make any advancement on the young lady in the pink suit as she comes up the hill.
Vasco was covering the inside down the straightaway and into turn 9, so some defensive driving from our leader, Alyssa Vasco. One more shot as we see Nolan Ryan going to the outside through 16 and 17. Can he make it stick? He can't, but here's a crossover chance. Vasco leads Bison Ryan down to the finish. And with the checkered flag in the air, Vasco holds on to win our LO206 junior race. Logan Bice comes in 2nd, Noah Ryan 3rd, and there we see Oliver Piatek coming home in fourth, recovering from an early spin.
Well, Noah Ryan was really doing all he could on that last lap. He pulled out to the inside trying to make a pass on Bice, could not make it stick well enough to do that. It didn't have the power enough to do that, but he really gave it one last shot, the old college try, as they say, for these youngsters. Maybe it's the old junior high try. I'm not sure exactly. Middle school try. But at any rate, Alyssa Vaskaku with the win here this afternoon. She'll take that card across the scales, and we'll be ready to bring out our next group in just a moment. And Alyssa getting out, and you would generally say manhandling. I'm not sure that's the correct terminology right now, as the young lady handles the cart and gets it on the scales.
Finessing the car across the scales. You can see on Vaskaku's car has that GoPro camera right on the steering column, so it gets a bird's eye view of her laps around the track. Drivers will actually go and look at this film, not just to see who caused the crash. They'll actually watch their laps, match it up with their timing, and learn where they can gain a little bit more speed in and out of these corners here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
It's interesting that we see the top 3 carts. I noticed the name on those carts are all Razors, so those are Razor carts that finished top 3 in this particular race. Piatek, obviously, in the Tony kart. We talked about that earlier, and we're down talking to he and his dad a little earlier in the afternoon, and he's the driver that's there in 4th spot in that white kart with the red and green striping on it. So Razors up front, and a Tony kart finishes in 4th. We got our next drivers coming out. We talked to them a little earlier today, John. The shifter karts, they're quite interesting. They do actually shift gears. They've got one, I guess in motorcycle terms, you'd call it 1 down and 5 up. That's sort of the way it is with that same kind of transmission that a motorcycle would have. They actually said it's more like rather a dirt bike than a motorcycle. So think of it in dirt bike terms, the way the gearing is and the engine in these shifter karts.
So these shifter karts, to get to higher speeds and keep the car in that peak torque and peak horsepower range, will shift gears. Most of the other karts don't carry the weight or the expense or the complications of that. These shifter karts, the drivers shift the gears with their right turn by pulling the shifter to them. They'll go up to a higher gear. So if they're in 2nd and they pull the shifter knob to them, they'll go up to 3rd. If they want to go down a gear, they'll basically push the shifter away from them, and that can take them down to a lower gear. These shifters will start from a standing start. The way they'll do that, in their left hand is the clutch. They don't use it except when they're stopped, so they'll come to a stop with the clutch, and then they'll pull the clutch in, drop it into 1st gear, get the revs up nice and high to that peak point, and when the green flag flies, they'll release that clutch, and then they will be accelerating upwards of 90 miles an hour here on this race course. Yes, wow. These karts, because of all that machinery on them, a little bit heavier than some of the other karts. 415 pounds is about the weight that they'll be running. And these drivers will be on what are called the yellow tires. They're softer. They're grippier than the red tires. They won't last as long, but these tires will help them stick to the maximum degree possible around these corners.
John, we were talking to a couple of the drivers down there, and they were talking about tires and the fact that they try to put new tires on for every race. It's more like what we're used to with oval track racing and road racing, where the drivers, when they go out, especially for money races, they are really going to do some new tires on there to try to get maximum benefit from those tires, especially these softer tires that they have in the yellow tires. You'll see them when they go by. If we get a shot of those, you'll see the yellow markings on their tires. Right now, Stapleton is your leader, John Stapleton in the 26. He'll be out there. Also, Joe Foster in the 85. These shifter karts, we noticed all around the track, even areas where you would think it's pretty flat, that they would need to stay in the same gear. We noticed a lot of gear changes there, especially coming out of 4 here where they're going down into the kink. There's a shift there that you wouldn't think that would be a place you'd grab a lower gear, but they do.
2-stroke engines power these shifter karts, so you'll see that telltale bluish-white smoke coming out of them. And I thought earlier in the practice we had 3 karts, only 2 are showing on our monitors right now. But these are definitely not entry-level karts. Now you can see Stapleton weaving his way down the front straightaway, again, trying to create some friction, heat up these soft yellow tires so that they have grip. When they start going around corners like 1 and 9, you're going to want a warm, sticky tire.
It's going to be interesting to see the times that these drivers put up on the scoreboard today because we know that they're fast. We know that some of our drivers have gotten within 1 minute down into the 50 some odd seconds. Let's see if these drivers are able to even push it further than that. And right now, we are trying to find out if we're going to have more than one driver involved in this. Yeah, we got 2 drivers now finally on course, so we will watch these guys as they get ready to battle it out. They're heading down into the kink. We have, I think, just one driver actually on the track.
Something else these shifters have that the KA100s had these are water-cooled carts. You'll see a little panel out to the left side of the driver. That's the radiator, so air can pass over there and water will pump through. As we see Stapleton and Foster really bobbing and weaving around the course, almost leaving some tracks as they just warm up the tires.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But they don't want to go
shot
anything
that guy.
slower.
Whoever that guy is, that's
So-
damn sure.
You'll see their lap times definitely be quicker than the KAs or the tags. But that's assuming because the tags have the better drivers. So it's going to be a toss.
Our shifter class drivers come into the grid on the front straightaway. So we see John Stapleton is on the right of the screen, Joe Foster on the left. They will get lined up much like a Formula One start into the right slot. And with their engines running, they're going to wind up the engines. And then you're going to see shifter class action here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Green flag is out and we're underway. Clouds of smoke coming up out of our shifter class as it looks like John Stapleton got a quick jump to get by Joe Foster as they dive down into turn 2.
They bring it off turn 2 right now, come up the big hill, and they shift, I would imagine, down into a much lower gear to come up that hill. We know that they shift right there. You heard the shift that time when they came by. So Stapleton takes them down into the kink, and he leads this race for our shifter carts.
Zooming down the back straightaway, that'll be one of the few times they get up into that top 6th gear, and then hard on the brakes, downshifting through the S's. John Stapleton has jumped out to a quick lead over second place Joe Foster.
We talked with John earlier today, John, and we found out that there was quite a bit of technology involved in these shifter carts that you might not have in the other carts. And we were able to look at some of the exhaust systems on these and some of the radiator systems and those kind of things. And we found out that these carts are quite technological when it comes to the makeup of them. There you see them going down into turn 2 once again. It's going to be Foster now. Your race leader, Foster, has jumped out to an early lead on Stapleton. So the 85 of Foster now, your new race leader. Stapleton back in 3rd spot at the moment as they head into the kink.
Charles Timing and Scoring has informed me that Zach Frank is actually the leader in our shifter class. He doesn't have a transponder, but he is out ahead of Foster and Stapleton. So Zach Frank, our early leader here in our shifter class. We've already seen them doing 54-second laps early on in this race. You can hear them zooming around this course, up and down through the gearbox. Looks like we have a battle for second place out our vantage point through 16 and 17.
Yeah, Foster leads Stapleton right now as those 2 drivers bring it by to complete another lap. So 2 laps should be in the board right now as Foster and Stapleton have a classic battle. Franks is up front. Here he comes into turn 4, and he's working his way now, getting that shift as he heads down to the kink. Here's your battle for 2nd and 3rd spot as Stapleton still hangs on in 3rd, trying to get by Foster. Took a quick look to the inside, but unable to complete that pass as he went a little wide in the kink. Now let's see what he does when they go down into 6 and 7.
Like the other high-end classes here, the shifter carts have brakes up front and in the back. They'll have 1 disc in the rear and then a small disc on each front wheel. Some of the lower classes only have 1 brake on the rear axle. With these shifters, they need all the help they can as Stapleton moves to the inside of Foster. Almost looks like Foster had a bad exit off turn 14 that time.
Yeah, it looks like Foster had some problems. Stapleton comes by and waves at the starter as he makes his way by. They head down off turn 2 right now with Stapleton in 2nd spot. Stapleton brings it up, shifts it down to a lower gear as he comes up into turn 3, and now he shifts down, then going to shift once again as he heads toward the kink.
Up through the gears goes Stapleton through the kink. You can hear those revs stay high, and then the pitch changes Out front, Zach Frank out of the camera shot. He has a comfortable lead as Stapleton and Foster will battle for second place.
I'm not sure that Foster doesn't have some kind of problem going on with his cart because he's starting to drift back a little farther behind Stapleton with each lap that goes on. He had tightened it up somewhat after he lost that second place battle earlier, but now it looks like Stapleton trying to pull away a bit. Let's see if it was something that happened to Foster's machine or if maybe just a little tire issue that now has resolved itself.
The shifter cars are definitely more mechanically complicated than the other carts. They're water cooled, so they have the radiator. Obviously, they have front and rear brakes, and with the shifting mechanism, a transmission, lots of parts that can go awry here. As Zach Franks has been smooth out front, takes a little look around the corner. He doesn't see anyone close to him in this pre-final for the shifters.
As we were talking with some of the dads and the crew members earlier today, they were talking about the fact that this is a more left-handed based track than right-handed, so they said that the drivers set it up for more left-handed turns, which means they might have a little different air pressure in that right rear tire, and you never know. You're guessing at that, so as the tire heats up, that pressure may get too big, and that may be a reason why we see Foster now back in third. It may be a tire pressure issue.
Maybe miss the setup. Drivers will have a chance after this pre-final to go back to their hauler, go back to the garage, and make some adjustments to try to eke a little more speed out of their cart as we see Stapleton swing around through turns 4 and 5, and he has opened up quite a gap to Joe Foster. So at this point, Stapleton just looking to lay down some quick laps as Zach Frank is out to a big lead here with 5 laps down and 3 to go.
Well, it depends on the part of the race course you're looking at, but it's safe to say that Frank has a couple of corners advantage. I know some of these corners come up in a hurry, but here comes Zach Frank by as he'll come to 2 to go as the flags are shown from our starter working up the hill into 1.
At these speeds, the gaps open up quite quickly. Both Stapleton and Foster have a best lap time down in the 51-second bracket, so we can imagine that Frank is probably nibbling in a 50-second lap as we see him sling through the kink. Again, just a quick right, left on the steering wheel to head down the back straightaway.
They go into 6 and 7. He's looking up to come through the S's in turn 8 and 9. And here comes Zach Frank as he battles it out, coming to the white flag. So one more time around after he comes to start finish. But he's doing a good job of taking it down into one of the premier corners here at Atlanta Motorsports Park at turns 16 and 17. And now he'll come down to the white flag.
So the white flag is in the air from our starter, Camden Gentry. Next time that Zach Frank comes around, he will see that coveted checkered flag, but he has to get through several more corners first as we see him come through turn 3 and then hard on the gas and up through the gearbox as he goes through the kink.
Definitely the fastest karts we've seen on course all day today, and probably the most fun to drive. These drivers not only have to deal with the track conditions, but they've also got to keep in mind when to shift and exactly where to shift and what gear to go into that the other drivers haven't had to worry about all day.
I've heard shifter drivers say they don't have a tachometer in front of them. They feel how the car is pulling, and when they feel that rate of pull stop, up to the next gear. As off turn 17, Zach Frank comes and sees the checkered flag, and he wins our shifter pre-final at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Congratulations to Zach Frank. Let's see who it's going to be in second. John Stapleton has quite an advantage. Stapleton comes by. He will finish in second. That'll put Joe Foster in third. So congratulations to Zach Frank as he goes to the scales first this afternoon. Generally, the leader and the winner goes to the scales first, so he'll get that opportunity this afternoon. John, we talk about these various drivers, and you talk about the seat of the pants feel that they have and how they feel things rather than looking at attack. And you know, when you have absolutely no suspension on a vehicle and you're sitting that close to the ground, there's quite a bit of seat of the pants feel. We hear drivers talking about that all the time, that they just have a certain feel in a race car. Well, in this racing machine, obviously you got a lot of that because you're right there on the ground.
Right, and sometimes it's not just seat of the pants. It might feel more like a straight up kick in the pants. No suspension. You're feeling everything right up through the chair, up into you, as we see Zach Frank roll across the scales and get weighed in with tech. Next up, we're going to have our finals beginning with our LO206 cadet class. They're going to run 12 laps. Trophies on the line at this point. So the drivers will line up for our final based on their pre-final finish. For the shifter carts, we don't even see them drive away because the shifters and the clutch and everything that's going on at the slow speed in the pit area, it's much easier for them to just pull the cart up onto the lift, and then they'll roll the lift back to their garage or to their hauler to be able to do a little bit of work on it. So just a little bit of safety in the pit area for our shifters and trying to conserve the cars as well. Drivers in our LO 206 cadet class are rolling on to the track, taking the parade lap for their 12-lap final. Here is their scheduled starting lineup. Number 23, Kai Mars will start on the pole, courtesy of winning the pre-final earlier today. Joseph Saddington will ride alongside in the 02. Starting inside row number 2 in the 68, Luke Giglio, and to his outside, Austin Warner in the 22. Adam Wine in the 23 will start 5th. And outside row number 3, Javier Soto in the number 95. 6 cars, 12 laps the distance in our opening final today, starting with our LO 206 cadet class.
Well, we've had a little difficulty on some of the starts today. Let's see if we get a good one right now. They come down to our pit steward as he gets them slowed down, woed down a little bit, as they say, coming. Let's see if we get a green flag. No. Starter backs away, and not going to happen this time.
Drivers take the cutoff through the jelly bean, so they're going to take another attempt at getting a even Steven start here. Kai Mars and Joseph Saddington will be on the front row trying to get side by side past our pit marshal for an even start.
We've seen all these drivers on the track before today, so it's not like it's their first time to get a start underway. Let's see if we get a good one this time. Looks like it's all no at the last second. Our starter pulls away and said that's not going to happen like that, so we'll do it one more time. Matter of fact, I believe this is the same group of drivers that we had so much difficulty in getting a start with earlier today, so that may be one of the things they want to work on in this particular age group with the LO206 cadets right now.
Well, there was one of the classes where the drivers got split around the cutoff. I forget. I think that was a different class, but you're right. So a little bit of sun peeking out again here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, round 6 of the Kart series as they're trying to get stacked up. Let's see if the third time is the charm.
We do go green. We get a good start this time as they'll try to figure out a way to get single file when they come up into turn 1. They'll have to get single file when they go off 2. They're still double file right now, John. This is not going to work out well. Somebody's got to do something coming off turn 2.
Giglio was trying to get up along Saddington on the start there, and here comes Giglio to the outside of Saddington up through turn 3. So Mars out front. Giglio drops back to third with Saddington in the middle, so our top 3 are recommencing that battle they had in the pre-final earlier this afternoon.
Well, Giglio tried to take a quick look to the outside. Now he looks to the outside once again. Now we got a driver down to the inside. That is going to be, it looks like Warner, who tries to take that spot away from Giglio.
So Kai Mars comes up the hill with Saddington in his tire track. Saddington looks to the inside. In the pre-final, drivers might have been thinking about position for the final. No such considerations now as trophies are on the line. Saddington moves to the point down into turn 16.
Saddington trying to pull away from Mars as they head off of 17. It's going to be Saddington, your race leader. Mars in second. I believe Warner has moved up there to third spot. It's actually Adam Wine who's moved into third spot in the 023 with Giglio back in fourth in the 68 as our official timing and scoring has corrected us on what we thought earlier. That purple machine is Adam Wine, and you see him coming into turn 4 right now. He's got Giglio in the teal colored car right behind him.
Giglio seems to get off turn 2 very well, but after that, things seem to fall apart as Wine and Giglio are bumper to bumper down the back straightaway, and a gap has opened up with Saddington and Mars pulling away slightly.
Mars with the advantage. Take a quick look inside. It's going to be Mars trying to take a look on Saddington as they bring it off turn number, I believe that's 10 as we go up the hill right now to that blind area. They come now down into that little S before they head to the big turn in 16 and 17.
So drivers not wasting any time getting to business. Adam Wine applying heavy pressure to Kai Mars as our top 4 bumper to bumper down the front straightaway. 2 laps on the board. Mars closes right up on Saddington as now they head down into turn 2.
These top 4 have got a great race going on. Turn 2 has got to be the most difficult and treacherous place on the track to try to pass someone or even stay close behind them. But those drivers do a great job of it. They bring it by turn 4 right now. Good shot of them going way out wide and trying to make that better, about a 110-degree turn or so as they come through, or a little less than 90 anyway as they come through there.
Mars looks to the inside down the back straightaway, can't make it happen. He pulls in as we have one car out of contention around on the track. That's the 22 of Austin Warner. That'll bring out at least a local caution as that looks like it's at the bottom of turn 2. Our leaders right now are zipping up turn 13, so hopefully Warner can get back in action as we're watching what's going on with Warner. He's pulled safely out of the way, so there might be a local caution, but this won't bring out a full course caution. So local caution for Austin Warner as we see our top 4 sling by in our picture-in-picture action here. Looks like Warner's car is not going to get back going. He remains sitting in the car. And up front, Saddington, Mars, and Wine, your top 3, with Giglio right there for 4th. As the top 4 have paired up 2 and 2.
Now, Wine and Giglio got the best race on the track right now. They head into turn 7. It's going to be Saddington coming out with Mars, just a little bit of gap between them. But boy, that Wine and Giglio battle continues to heat up between those two drivers. Now we got another battle heating up front, John.
Seems like for third and fourth, Giglio does well up the hills, and then they pull away from him on the downhill. So Giglio's best shot seems like out of 13 or actually coming out of turn 2. A little bit of daylight for Saddington opens up, but it seems like Mars will reel him right back in as they get towards turn 1.
Now, I thought Saddington was going to get a little bit of a breakaway right there as he got into turn 17, and he does the same thing down into turn 2, but Mars just seems like he's able to throttle back in quicker and be able to pick up Saddington on the straightaways. Right now, Saddington able to come into 4, got a little breathing room for the moment as they do back to positions 3 and 4 on the racetrack.
Not much breathing room. The elastic is pulling our top 4 back together again as we see Saddington and Mars paired up, and then Wine and Giglio paired up for third.
Wine still leads Giglio for that third spot. It's Wine in third in the purple cart, Giglio in the teal-colored machine. But look at the battle going on. Man, Saddington is getting pushed by Mars as they work their way up the hill. They're down into turn 14 right now. They head toward 15, and then the big 16-17 loop. Once again, Saddington gets a bit of an advantage there. How long will it be before Mars comes right back up behind him?
Well, Mars is right there again as they cross the start-finish line. 5 laps down, 7 to go. Barely any daylight between Saddington and our second-place driver, as this is normally the part we see Giglio get that nice launch up through off turn number 2. So it's Saddington continuing to lead.
Joseph Saddington and Adam Wine, they're battling for the top spot right now. It's still Saddington who's had that almost the entire race. They head in. He goes really wide as he goes into turn 6 and off turn 7. It's the S's in turn 8 right now with Saddington leading and Mars staying right in his tire tracks as they work their way up that blind hill and head toward turn number 10. Saddington and Mars go into turn 14. They're looking now into 15. They head down into 16. Once again, something about turn 16 for Saddington. He's able to pull away. Maybe Mars applies his brakes at a little different point. Maybe he brakes at a different part on the track than Saddington does, but he's able to pull right back in as they go into 1. They're working through turn number 2, and Saddington now again with a little bit of an advantage as they come up turn 3 into our vantage point here at turn 4.
Charles just received word from our officials on track. Austin Warner is out with the chain, either falling off the cart or breaking. These are chain-driven machines, and when that chain comes off, they will stop as, again, we see heavy pressure in a side-by-side battle for third place. Giglio and Soto duking it out as up front. We have Wine trying to take a look around Saddington.
Well, Giglio is right behind Soto as they come off turn number 7, I believe it was, as they come through the S's into 8. And right now we've got a breakaway up front. Saddington and Wine continuing to break away, but our action is looking at Giglio and Soto as they battle out for second and third spot.
So down the front straightaway, first 2, and then a gap back to our second pairing. Saddington continues to lead Wine. Best battle on the track. Giglio just in front of Soto as they drop down into turn 2. This seems to be where Soto gets a good launch. Can he get alongside? And he cannot as they're bumper to bumper for first place.
And a great battle there for third and fourth, actually. It's still Giglio and Soto. And those drivers, man, they got a great battle going on. There's your side-by-side battle as they go into turn 7. That's the battle for the lead right now.
Wine was able to get in front of Saddington. Let's see if Saddington will be able to battle back. These LO206 cadets are able to draft a little bit, so it makes it that much harder to get ahead as we see Wine almost drop to the inside defensively through turn 14, and a continued great battle as Soto pushing Giglio down into turn 16.
Well, we've watched Saddington lead a lot of this race early. Right now, he's back in control of it. Wine just behind him, but we saw Wine lead the last lap by. So these drivers have some work to do as we have just a lap or so yet to go.
And there's a spin Our two leaders have spun out, so Giglio and Soto were third and fourth. They now go to first and second as Saddington and Wine had contact off turn 2. And I can see out the window there's a battle for the lead again as Giglio and Soto get side by side down through the kink.
Well, look at those drivers go. Now they got a little extra impetus. This is a battle for the win right now. So they've got a chance to see what they can do. Look at them going into a separate line, a different approach to turn number 7.
Soto started this lap in fourth place. He's now your leader on the track as he is just inches ahead of Giglio, and then a long gap back to Saddington and Wine, who spun coming off turn 1. We see Giglio applying maximum pressure here. We're going to have a great battle over these next 4 laps.
Javier Soto being set up by Giglio. Luke Giglio trying to take a different line into 16 and 17, but it's still Javier Soto who's going to lead us back across the stripe. Oh, look at Giglio. This time he takes a look to the inside, but they're coming up into turn 2, and right now it's still Wine who's out front, but Giglio trying to set him up for the pass didn't work out too well for Luke Giglio on that round. They come past turn 4 right now. It's Wine and Giglio still taking it down to the kink as Wine is your leader and Giglio in second spot. Wine's been in that purple cart all afternoon. I believe that's Wine up front. We had talked about Soto earlier, but I believe that's Wine in the 23. He is your race leader. Giglio trying to set him up on the outside. Then he has to tuck back in single file.
So action and intrigue all around this track here. Giglio applying heavy pressure as we're going to see just 2 laps to go. Those clenched flags. 2 laps to go here in our LO 206 Cadet final.
Wine leads down into turn 2 once again. 2 laps to go, a little less than 2 laps right now. They come up turn 2, they'll come into turn 3 and then by the tower turn as they make their way into 4. Right now it's still Wine and Giglio, but Giglio's got about a car length of advantage in between, or car length distance in between his cart and Wine. Now he's trying to make a battle once again, John.
Yeah, Giglio on the outside, down the back straightaway. Last best chance to pass into turn 9. Giglio to the lead. Can he hold off Wine? Sometimes you can get a crossover move off of turn 10. Giglio to the front, running out of corners. Wine needs to make a move now, but Giglio, your leader, up the hill and into turn 14.
And how about that move from Luke Giglio? He knew exactly what he wanted to do. Now Adam Wine trying to do the same as they head down into 16 and 17. Who's going to come out with the lead?
They're going to be side by side. Wine got ahead, but here comes Giglio down the front straightaway. And that's just the white flag coming out. So we still have one more great lap here as Wine goes to the inside through turn 2. You can't go side by side there. Wine makes it stick. Giglio fights back on the outside through turn 3.
Wow, what a classic battle from these two drivers. Wine has the advantage right now as he goes down toward the kink. It's Wine who leads Giglio. Can Giglio pull that same move this time as he goes down to turn 7?
He's coming up to the outside, almost side drafting. Gets up one wheel but can't get alongside Wine. So Wine, your leader through 9 and 10. Does Giglio have anything left in the tank with less than a half a lap here to go?
Well, if hitting your marks is the key to it, Wine has to do that every lap. That way Giglio can't get by him. Giglio moves out to the outside. He's trying to make a move, but it's still Wine who leads him.
Crossover from Giglio through 15. So Giglio to the point as they come into 16, but Wine is able to hold them off. Here come our next 2. We're going to have a 4-car, just about a photo finish here as Adam Wine just barely holds on to win our LO 206 Cadet feature. Luke Giglio second, Joseph Saddington third, and Javier Soto in fourth. Those second pairing really reeled our leaders back in on those last 2
We heard a
laps.
cheer from the people here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I don't think it was necessarily because Adam Wine won the race. I think it was in awe of how great this race was and how tight it was when it came down to the finish. What an outstanding race there. Congratulations to Adam Wine in the 23 who gets the win. Luke Giglio in second in the 68. Joseph Saddington in the 02. Actually, they moved Kai Mars up to third spot in the 23, and Joseph Saddington in the 02 back to fourth spot. Javier Soto in the 95 in fifth. And as we mentioned, Austin Warner had a problem with his particular cart with the chain coming off, so he had to duck out early after only 2 laps complete. His cart still sits down there right now as they get ready to get it towed back to the paddock area for him to try to get into the final coming up a little later. We've got kids' carts coming out next, I believe. I think that's next on the schedule as we get kids' carts out. So we'll see them on the track in just a little while. They'll run an abbreviated version of this racetrack, so we'll get the kids' carts out in just a moment.
So as Charles said, the kid karts will be racing on the Jelly Bean course here at Atlanta Motorsports karting track. They will use that same turn 15, 16, 17 complex. They'll come down the front straightaway through turn 1 and then make an immediate left-hander and go back onto the track right where turn 14 is. So a shorter course, 12 laps will go by very quick for the kid karts. These are for our youngest drivers, age 5 to 8. Charles, think back to what you might have been doing when you were 5 years old, when you were 8 years old. At best, probably riding a bike, maybe playing with some Matchbox cars in the living room. But for these young drivers today, they'll have 1.5 horsepower, little engines, getting them around this course and a chance to build that valuable seat time as they start their racing career.
These youngsters will probably have our fastest lap times of the day, John, but not because they're that fast. It's because it's the
quickest lap
quickest
time.
lap time. Yeah, they'll our quickest lap times because they'll be running the abbreviated version, as you mentioned. So they'll be coming out in a little while. What I was doing when I was 5 years old, let's see. I guess my mother was slapping my hand to try to keep my fingers out of my nose. I don't know. That's about what I can think of at 5 years of age.
So quite a little race we're going to get here. That was a definite exciting race in our opening feature here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're in round 6 of our championship series. If you're watching online or if you're here in attendance today, race number 7 in the series will be Saturday, October 30th. Get a little early Halloween and some racing action in. And the final round, race number 8, will be November 20th. So October 30th and then 3 weeks later, November 20th, as we round out our 8-race program here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park kart racing facility.
John, it's always fun to come watch the karts. I've had this experience before. Today's your first day to be here and actually see the karts in action. We have had a chance in earlier weeks to take a ride around, and of course from our vantage point at the main building for the main track, we've watched the rental karts on many of an occasion. These guys handle the track a little differently than the guys that come in and do the rental karts. They're not quite up to speed, and we see a lot more finesse out of these drivers than we do the weekend warriors, as we say.
I think those weekend warriors are about as finessed as a sledgehammer to the face, Charles. When they go down into turn 9, it's the first lap on track, the most difficult, not the most difficult course, but the first technical corner here. And drivers are just all over the place. They're spinning out, they're hitting each other, they're mowing the lawn down there, where these drivers that we see here today are basically professionals. They've had a lot of seat time. They spend mental energy on how can I get around these corners faster. And I think a lot of the people that do the arrive and drives, which are fun, don't get me wrong, those are a lot of fun to do. Those are some guys that are out there maybe against their friends, a little more machismo than skill, and they just do some things that would be borderline reckless. That these karts, these arrive and drive karts are pretty sturdy. You had said they have the bumpers, they have all the fairings around them to keep drivers safe. If you treat one of these karts like those rentals got treated, you'd run up a repair bill pretty quick.
What gets me is these drivers that are out here today, you mentioned they're professional drivers, when they get off course or something happens to them, they're immediately back in the gas and their hands are on the wheel. When we watch the arrive and drive drivers, when they go off course, they throw their hands up and they start laughing and they have the best of times at the worst of times, and probably for their friends to see them as they spin out down in that major turn.
Our Kid Kart drivers are lining up on the grid. Number 20, Ruben Greer, will start on the pole, courtesy of his win in the pre-final earlier. Matthew Barbosa lines up alongside in the 25. Arthur Nahapatean in the number 30 is inside of row number 2. Henry Boring in the number 71 will be outside row 2. Bo Stowers in the 21 will line up in 5th, inside row 3. Francisco Porta in the 18 will line up 6th, and rolling onto the grid, the 115, Ryan DeHoney. So there's 7 karts. We're going to go 12 quick laps here in our Kid Kart feature.
Will, yes. Pronunciation.
Green flag is out for our Kid Kart feature. We're underway with Matthew Barbosa getting a quick jump, and they go down through turn 1, and there they make that U-turn cutoff, and suddenly they're back onto turn 14 and 15.
Well, when you have a cold start, you know that you're pretty much going to get a green flag. It's not one of those things where they have to stay together. So the kid's doing a good job on this start. They make their way off 17 right now. We'll complete lap number 1 here in just a second.
So Barbosa leads Greer, and then it's a good distance back to 3rd place as we see a variety of lines off turn 17. These karts' momentum is so important because they don't have much power as Barbosa leads Greer, and then it's quite a distance back to Boring. Maybe he will be able to close in, and then 4th through 7th are tightly bunched, and they're going to cross swords here in just a moment.
Those drivers, as you mentioned, they're keeping the RPMs up because they don't have a lot of changes in elevation, a little bit of uphill as they come up to the jelly bean part and to make that little quick turn. But for most part, these drivers having a good afternoon of being able just to stay in the gas most of the time. Here our leaders come down a little bit of a hill as they work their way into turn 15 for that massive turn into 16 and 17.
3rd place, Henry Boring, had the fastest lap that time around, about a second quicker than Greer and Barbosa. So Boring is reeling his way up to the leaders, clawing as we put 3 laps on the board. As we've said, the laps go by quickly here on the Jelly Bean course.
Got a good battle going on for the top spot right now. Barbosa still leads Greer as they head off into 15. It's Barbosa with the advantage, but Greer getting able to get right up on the back bumper of Barbosa. They work down into 17 one more time.
Charles, when we've announced Ryden Nickel winning over at the main track, we've said he's going to have some great stories going back into school on Monday. What are these kids going to share with their classmates if they're in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd grade? So for Barbosa or Greer, or here comes Boring, what stories will they tell Monday morning when they walk into class?
Yeah, show and tell. They'll bring their helmet in and be able to show all of the marks on it and maybe a few bug stains because they're out in the wide open.
Or for Greer, you can see that GoPro on the top of his helmet. That would be quite a show and tell. As Boring continues to use that low line off of turn 17, and he's looking to the inside just briefly. Inside of Greer, can't make it stick as Barbosa continues to lead Greer and Boring. Boring had the fastest lap that time around again, so our top 3 are now bunched tightly and pulling away from the rest of our field.
Well, you talk about Henry Boring having the fastest lap that time. You notice he's running a little different line. You see him go to the inside right there, and he's done that every time as they come off turn number 17. So it's an opportunity for the youngster to pick up a little bit, and now he picks up into 2nd spot.
He went full send there to get by Ruben Greer, so that line is working more like a dirt track where he's found something. But Greer looks to be trying to get back by through lap on turn 15 as they had just passed halfway. So Barbosa, Boring, and Greer, your new top 3 again, as we see Boring use that unique line down the front straightaway.
Yeah, he'll have that GoPro footage and say, what the heck happened there as Boring went to the inside and made that pass. Right now, they're tightening up. That's the battle for 2nd and 3rd, as once again, it's Henry Boring with Ruben Greer right on his back bumper as they head down into 16.
Looks like Greer's almost helping Boring through that U-turn cutoff turn. And Barbosa just has a couple karts length lead over Boring. Let's see if Boring can reel him in, but at least right now Barbosa is holding serve, and with just 4 laps to go, we are winding quickly down to an exciting finish here in our Kid Kart feature.
When they go to that little jelly bean area, they got to be very careful not to get off in the grass. There's no rumble strip or anything there, any kind of curbing or anything. So they have to make sure that they go wide enough, yet they want to protect that inside as well. So it's quite a little dancing match that they have to do when they get up into the jelly bean cutoff area for these youngsters.
Barbosa had a great lap that time around, 27.158 seconds. Fastest lap, about 0.3 quicker than Boring, so he's been able to draw a little bit clearer. And just as I said that through the cutoff turn, here come Boring and Greer tightening up again, so the rubber band has not snapped. They're all pulling together again.
Laps winding down. They will come to 2 to go, I believe it is this time by, as they head down. 10 laps complete right now out of the 12 as our drivers work their way to turn. They're in turn 1 once again. I guess they go to turn 1. I guess you call that 2A, the jelly bean turn right there. I'm not sure exactly what we call that turn.
I'm going to call it the cutoff because you're right. I don't know what else it's called. As here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, there's the full track and there's 2 sub-track configurations. This jelly bean is one of them. As Matthew Barbosa sees the white flag, he has just a few more turns before he can see that coveted checkered, with Boring closing in once again.
John, we've mentioned it before, as oval track announcers, we're so used to say coming off turn 4 to the checkered flag. It does seem unusual to say coming off turn 17 to the checkered flag. I have to get myself in that mentality every Saturday that we work here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And charging off 17, Matthew Barbosa's a couple of karts ahead. He sees the checkered flag, and he wins the Kid Kart final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Congratulations to him. Henry Boring comes home in second, and Ruben Greer in third.
Our first final of the day. This will be a podium finish for these drivers, so the top 3 able to get down there and be able to take their spot. It's our second final of the day. Thank you, John, for correcting me on that. Second final of the day, hence the reason we've run 12 laps in both of these races. So congratulations to Matthew Barbosa as he gets the win. Henry Boring in second, and Ruben Greer takes third spot.
So, Charles, that'll be quite an exciting Monday going into the classroom for Matthew Barbosa. What did you do this weekend? Hey, I went out and I won a kart race at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
That's awfully cool for these youngsters to be able to say that. And just think of the careers they've had. They will have. We've had so many youngsters that we've seen come through the ranks over the years. I remember young Jeff Gordon, who came through the karting ranks, and drivers like that who you thought might have a future in some sport, and obviously they had a future in these sports. So these drivers having that same opportunity, it's much like Olympic athletes. You know, if you're not in an Olympic event, or at least in training, by the time you're 5 or 6 years old, you've already missed the boat. And some of these drivers know that as well. Their parents getting them involved very early on so that they may have a future in racing.
Race fans, if you're watching, joining us on Facebook or YouTube, we appreciate you coming along this afternoon. We want to encourage you to go out on social media, whether that's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube. Give us a like, a follow, a subscribe at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We're on all the socials, so you can stay connected on what's happening here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, the different events, the wild fun that they might have. Some of the events that they do, whether it's charity events or racing events like we have today. So search on the social media platforms for Atlanta Motorsports Park to stay connected and stay fast with the things that they're doing here.
While you're on that site, go and check some of the videos out. We've got videos from some of the drivers, some of the younger drivers actually, videos with them and their dads talking about their experiences here. They explain a little bit about the karts, and it's very interesting to watch those videos and see what they have on there and what they have to say. A lot of the young rising stars that we see that have actually done videos for that particular website. And there's several ride-alongs that we've seen from people who cover this sport that have come along and done a ride-along and sort of a synopsis of the racetrack. We even have one video on there of a rider, I guess you'd say, on a hoverboard that's riding around the racetrack, and he has some comments to make whenever his hoverboard doesn't have enough power to get up some of the hills, and he has to help it along.
Well, I can't imagine a hoverboard having too much power to get up, especially off turn 2. That's where you have 43 feet of elevation change right there. It's a 4-story drop into the turn, and it is a 4-story climb coming right back out of that. It's a roller coaster inside of this go-kart course here. This Herman Tilke designed 17-turn, 0.85-mile course. Charles, it looks like a very technical course. There is barely any rest, maybe for a second or two down the front straightaway and a second or two down the back straightaway.
Well, John, we just had a picture of the sky. There we have another picture of our blue sky here. You're our resident weatherman, so tell us what's in store for the afternoon as far as our weather is concerned. Are we in the clear right now?
Well, I think we're in the clear here because I look at the time that we've just crossed 3 o'clock, and we'll have about 90 more minutes of racing action. But the radar that I'm looking at, there's some storms out there further north into Georgia. We run rain or shine here at the Atlanta Motorsports facility and for the karts. So as long as it's not raining cats and dogs or thunder and lightning, we're going to race. But I look up into Tennessee. There's some rain showers out there, and maybe say southwest of Atlanta, almost over into Alabama, there's some heavier rain.
Well, later this evening, I have to be at Hartwell Speedway in Hartwell, Georgia. So tell me what the outlook is for my announcing night tonight.
I literally feel like you're putting me on the spot, Charles. I literally do.
Always, John. You know I'm always putting you on the spot.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a quick look. Radar is usually your best guide when you're looking at what's happening for the weather. And as you can see here, the old Mark I eyeball radar is showing, there's a few puffy clouds, but you got some blue sky in there. So I think we're going to get the kart race in. Later on, we might get some of those showers to move in.
For our fans here and for viewers, you might note that there's many times I'm at a racetrack and the owners of the racetrack will tell me, hey, call your guy at the Weather Channel and ask him what the weather's going to be, because they have come to know that you give pretty good advice when it comes to weather.
Pretty good until I tell them it's going to rain, and then they don't like it that much.
Yeah, you always send me the note, tell them to hide the caution.
Hide
so that's
it when,
what we have
when
to
it's
try
going
to
to rain,
do.
hide the caution. Now, Charles, as much as we joke about rain, we do have our T225 senior race rolling onto the track, and on the pole, Banu Yelda won the pre-final earlier, so he gets to start up on the pole. Felix McAleer will come alongside. Let's see if we get a start.
Trying to get a good start right now as McAleer brings him into second spot. He's going to start on the outside. Hey, we get a green first time by. That's cool for these drivers. It's the Tollison 225s seniors as they make their way up into turn one. It's going to be a 12-lap race right now, and they're making their way down. And you see the great elevation change there on turn two.
So Yelda seemed to get a good start and will pull clear of the other competitors. Charles, we talked about the rain. These karts will drive in the rain. I've done wet karting one time, and I can tell you the grip level just goes away. With these slick tires, it feels like you're driving on ice the entire time. The car can be, in oval terms, it can push loose. It can get loose in the rear end, so you never know if you're just what end of the kart is going to have handling problems. As Yelda continues to lead McAleer, as we have two McAleers out in this race.
You talk about rain tires. Now, we do use those at the main track here. We've witnessed several events that have gone on in the rain. As long as it's not lightning and there's no thunder present, they'll continue to run on the main track, but that's not true for the kart track because these slick tires just will not handle a wet surface. They make their way now past start finish, heading up into turn one, and Yedla getting a little bit of an advantage right now over Felix McAleer as they head off turn number two and that big elevation change working up the hill. These karts appear to be just a little slower coming up the hill than some of our others today. This is the Tollison 225s, not quite as much power as some of our other karts that we've seen, and they do lug a little bit coming up that hill off turn two. Right now they're at maximum speed as they head down toward turns 7 and 8.
These T225s had that richer, throatier sound of a four-stroke engine, and they don't have that telltale smoke of the two-stroke engine, so maybe a little bit down on power compared to some of the other classes. Still putting on a decent show here as Yelda has pulled out to about a 15 kart length lead as he heads down into turn 16.
We noticed the difference in these karts and the kid karts that were out earlier. That one of the things is the stance of the wheelbase. Wheelbase much wider on these than they were on the kid karts. Obviously, a smaller kart for a smaller framed person doesn't have to have quite that same base and ballast as do these, even though they still have to make the weight minimum for that particular class. But these cars just lumbering up that hill in turn 2.
Best battle on the track is between the McAleers for second place, as it looks like John might have gotten by Felix there. And now John McAleer sets off to reel in our leader, Yelda, down the back straightaway and into turn 9.
Yeah, the McAleers, you see the focus on them right now as they come through into turn 9 and down into toward turn 10 as they work through the S's. They separate a little bit. Oh, my goodness, we've got a McAleer off. That's Felix, who is off the course right now. Something happened to that kart. That's actually John.
That was John. He pulled off. That didn't look like contact. That looked like he had some sort of mechanical and then pulled off the track. So we don't know if he slipped a chain or had some other issue as he throws his head back. You can see the frustration through the visor. John McAleer, his race comes to an abrupt end here on lap 3 of our T225 senior finale. Just look at the if a picture showed 1,000 words, you can see the dejection in the way that McAleer is walking away from his kart, the frustration, all the work that they've been doing today and setting up for this race has come to an end just as it appeared he was charging to the front. And now Yelda has a comfortable lead over Felix McAleer.
Yeah, they come through the S's right there, and it's quite a lead for Yedla as they work their way up the hill. It's kind of a winding road up that hill. They wind out of the S's. All of that is a bit of an elevation change, and then a big elevation change when they come up through 11 and 12. They'll top that hill, and as they make that right-hand turn, unless you know this course very well, it's sort of like playing golf. Whenever you're trying to fade a ball around a corner, you got to know where you're heading. These guys know this course well enough to know that they've got to set it up for that big right-hand turn.
Yedla dives down into turn 2. He leads by about the full length of that turn back to Felix McAleer and Alistair Edwards as they lumber up towards turn 3. Yedla has been smooth, it seems like, every lap of the pre-final and every lap so far in this final as he's out through the kink and he is down the back straightaway.
Wow, Yedla with a substantial lead right now as he works into the corner. It's Yedla. And just behind him, the battle, well, quite a ways behind him, McAleer and Alistair Edwards are battling it out still. The 211 of Edwards right in the tire tracks of McAleer as this race is now 3 laps in, just about to be 4 laps complete when they'll come by start-finish next round.
When the drivers went down the back straightaway, you could still see the broken-down automobile of John McAleer, and he is sitting on one of the tire barriers back there. You can still sense the dejection that young gentleman is facing right now. Things were looking so promising. He had worked his way up to second, and then one mechanical and everything unwinds. He really looked like he had a shot for Yedla, and it's not to be this afternoon.
John, we take a look at turn 2 there, and we've seen so many times today where the drivers, they might take a different line into some of the other turns and try to see if they can get some advantage, but they don't toy too much with turn 2. Everybody tries to stay in the line that they know works through that particular area. I think we've had one person that tried to make a pass there, and it didn't work out too well for them.
If you go too hard into turn 2, you're just not coming back around that it is so the camera doesn't quite show this, but how steeply the ground drops away on the entrance to turn 2. And some of the faster karts will be airborne through that section, so they're flying through the air, and the next thing they have to get that kart on the ground and then hard on the brakes for that corner. As we see Yedla dropping his head down the front straightaway, trying to get all the aerodynamic advantage he can get as he is out to a 2.8 second lead over Felix McAleer.
It's interesting to see these drivers incorporate things that they might learn from other sporting events, like a bicyclist. You'll see that tactic used for them. You know, motorcycle racers, they'll throw that leg out. Anything to help either turn or to help with aerodynamics. These drivers learn from other disciplines in sport.
Charles, I've seen where motorcycle drivers, especially in those supermotos, take one of their hands off and pull it closer to their body to get more aerodynamics. So whatever hand's not on the throttle, they'll pull that in down long straightaways. They'll also do the same on those dirt racing where they're on the big mile ovals. As we continue to see Yelda draw clear, Edwards and McAleer best battle on the track, but Edwards so far cannot find a way around the second-place driver.
And it looks like that Yedla is starting to increase his distance over second and third, so his race is going fairly well for him.
Seven laps down in our T225 senior feature. We see a little bit maybe of a bobble off turn 2 for McAleer there, but Edwards cannot take advantage. So we have 5 laps remaining. Yedla is just about out of the picture as he's already through the kink and up the back straightaway, out to a 3.2 second lead.
Yedla just now going into 7 and 8, works his way off that through the S's as he heads up to 10. And you still see that disabled cart sitting out there, so that one of John McAleer is going to be sitting out there until the end of the race, that's for sure. But Felix runs in second spot right now, and it's Alistair Edwards trying to chase him down, and that battle is starting to get a little less of a battle right now. Edwards starting to fade just a little. It's still within striking distance, but there's about 2 car lengths difference between those 2 drivers as they come down to start-finish once again.
So 8 laps in the books. We're 2/3 of the way through our final here for the T225 senior class. Charles, one thing we haven't talked much about is how these karts might start to fade at the end of a race. A pre-final only being 8 laps, quite a bit shorter than getting up to this 12-lap final. Is that the point where maybe the tires get a little overinflated and don't handle as well, or they get hot, or the brakes get hot and don't work as well? How will the drivers manage their karts through these last 4 laps as their kart may be fading from under them?
Well, and not only that, but the driver's endurance has to be a little more now than before. I remember I went through a Legends driving school many years ago, and we ran a 20-lap feature at the end of the day, and I just kept hoping the guy would put out the halfway flags, and then please white flag come out. I was absolutely worn out. So that happens, especially to us older guys when we're getting up there. But these are fairly young guys right now, so they shouldn't have an endurance problem as the laps start to wind down now for our Tollison 225 senior drivers.
Banu Yelda continues to lead, about 4.1 seconds ahead of Felix McAleer and Alistair Edwards, who are running second and third. We see Edwards try a little wider line off turn 2, and it maybe got him through a little quicker as he's still about 2 kart lengths back behind McAleer for second.
Well, that battle is still shown on our screen right now as those 2 drivers make it into turns 7 and 8, now down into 8 and 9 as they come through that big sweep. You see them come through there, and you also see Yedla, who still leads this thing, coming off of turn number 10. And Yedla works his way up the hill right now. So a lap's really winding down for these drivers. We'll get ready for our next final coming up in just a few moments. But right now we've got some work to do as this one starts to end up with Yedla, our leader, as the laps wind down.
We see those clenched flags, 2 laps to go, as Edwards really has drawn in and reeled in McAleer again. A couple laps ago, it seemed like there was several kart lengths between them. Now just 1 or 2 kart lengths as they go through that all-important turn 2 and then lumber up off the exit. Right now, McAleer holding serve and trading space for time. So if he can just maintain that distance, he'll get that second step on the podium. Winding down the laps here in our T225 senior final.
Yeah, Yedla's gone. He's out of the picture almost right now as he's already working through the S's. These guys just going in down to turn 8 and 9 as they make their way there. And it's still a great battle going on from these 2. It's Alistair Edwards in the lighter colored blue, but in front of him, Felix McAleer in that darker blue car as they come up over the hill. They're working their way by for the final time, and we got a battle shaping up, John.
Edwards took a look to the inside through 14, couldn't make it happen, and that cost him some distance off the exit, maybe 2 to 3 kart lengths back with the white flag in the air. So Yedla out of the picture for the lead. Here comes Edwards, tries to look up the inside through turn 1, couldn't quite go with the hashtag send it move of the day there. So Edwards drops back. Will he be able to apply enough pressure to maybe force a bobble from McAleer as they come up through turns 3 and 4?
They come right by our vantage point. There you see our tower here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, and they work their way through the kink. Right now, it's McAleer with a little bit of an advantage. I wouldn't call that breathing room, but at least there's some advantage over Alistair Edwards. They go to the big sweep. This is the final time around for these drivers. Yedla still clear of this. He is way in front, but that's the best battle on the track.
So Yedla's out of the shot. Edwards took a big chance here through 14, but now we see maybe McAleer a little more defensive through 14. Will that open up a window for Edwards as they charge to 16? No, it does not. And we see showboating down the front straightaway. The winner in our T225 senior class, Banu Yedla, wins. Felix McAleer comes home in second, and Alistair Edwards rounding out our podium in third.
He almost did a spin out and a burnout right there coming to the checkered flag. He had some time and weaved it back and forth.
Well, there's no victory lap because the drivers leave the track in turn 3. So when you have a 4+ second lead, you need to work on a celebration while you're on the track where you can. So congratulations to Banu Yelda winning our T225 senior final this afternoon.
And he'll get the opportunity to go to the scales first. He'll have an opportunity to be on the highest podium a little later in the day as well, as Banu Yedla gets the win in the 14. Felix McAleer second in the 83. The 211 of Alistair Edwards finishes in third, and that's the final podium finish of the day. So it's going to be interesting to see these drivers and watch them as they do their celebrations. I guess celebrating has already been done for Yedla. I guess that was the celebration.
He popped the champagne cork just a little bit earlier. Charles, something I've noticed, every single driver to a T, they win the race, and when they get over to the scales, they end up having to jump out of the cart and you know, roughhouse the cart onto the scales for weigh-in. So no matter what, nobody can swing that turn tight enough to just roll onto the scales. A little bit of a congratulations there from some of the supporters. Banu Yedla, our winner in the T225 senior final this afternoon. Rolling next onto the course will be our tag junior, senior, and master final.
They're lined up right now. They're underneath us. We could hear them as they lined up earlier, so they'll be firing those engines and getting ready to pull out of the starting gate here in just a moment as we get the tag senior and juniors ready to roll.
Race fans, we are back as cars are rolling onto the track, getting ready for our tag junior senior master final. They're going to go 12 laps here in this race as we await for the the lineup to come in. They're stacked up 2 by 2. Right now, looks like starting on the pole will be the 00 of Jose Garcia, one of the drivers that does some Spec Miata driving over at the main track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Let's see, they're getting them to slow down. Let's see if we get a good 2 by 2 lineup here. But they're going to call that off in a false start. So here in this tag class, little more power, a little more speed, as we can see. These are 2-stroke engines with that telltale blue-ish smoke, and then they have radiators around them so they can get a little more power. Weight ranges would be anywhere from about 320 pounds in the junior class up to just close to 400 pounds in our master division. So we actually have 3 classes racing here, all in the same group. They're going to go 12 laps. Let's see how they do on take 2 for this start. Another false start, so our driver's not quite getting in line, hands going up. So we're going to get a yellow flag. They'll take the cutoff, and we'll get take number 3 on this start here in our tag junior senior master finale. Double zero of Jose Garcia, one of the cars leading them to green. Green flag is out. We got a good start on take number 3, and our tag junior senior master final is underway here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. So they dive down through turn number 2 and up through the hill, and then they come right down by our vantage point through turns 3, 4, and 5. Those 2-stroke engines buzzing to life as they head through the kink and down the back straightaway. Leonardo Oliveira, our leader in that 940. Donald Davis in second in the 02. And Jose Garcia in third in the 00. Oliveira has pulled out to a hearty lead with everyone else battling for second behind him. There you can see that Oliveira already down into turn 16 with most of the pack just getting into 15. So Oliveira comes off lap 1 like he was shot out of a cannon already, out to a 2.8 second lead. 1 lap in, he is looking to salt things away here early in this finale. Back behind him, 2 through about 7th, all nose to tail. Jose Garcia, Daniel Perez, Donald Davis, Mike Bruce, and Craig Foster are 2 through 6 on the track. As even in that camera shot, you can see just how far ahead Oliveira has gotten. That's grown to more than just a 2-second lead. As the drivers in our tag junior senior master race get to business in earnest, looks like Daniel Perez has gotten by Jose Garcia for second, and he sets off after Leonardo Oliveira, but he has some work to do over these next 10 laps.
Well, he's going to have a bit of a mountain to climb here, John, as they've got 10 laps to go in this contest. It is going to be a high-flying battle here.
Hey, race fans, you just heard the voice of Will Rigdon joining us as we have one breaking down on the course. Daniel Perez in the 282 breaks on the hill. That's a terrible place to break, and that's going to at least bring out a local yellow. I believe Perez broke earlier in the pre-final, as they're going to push that cart up the hill.
And you hate to see that mechanical trouble there, John, because these guys work all week to get these carts ready to go, and such a shame they make it all the way to the finals race, and just Lady Luck was not on their side.
And you don't know it usually if it's something with that chain that the drive just seems to immediately be gone. They're going to struggle to get him pushed up into the pit lane. As out front, down through turn 2, Oliveira continues to lead 5.5 seconds ahead of Jose Garcia. So there you can see the local caution for Daniel Perez as they're trying to get his kart rolled into the pit area. Here's second place Garcia moving through turns 4, 5, and 6, and he's holding off Donald Davis, who's in third place.
And he's got a pretty good lead there in second place, John, over third place of Alistair Edwards. Oh, no, I guess we're
Donald
on the wrong
Davis.
one. It's Donald Davis trying to fly the drone and call scoring at the same time.
That's right. Will Rigdon is not only joining us in the announce team, he's been working the drone cam, bringing you some of these great high-definition shots here from Atlanta Motorsports Park. Drones have really revolutionized the way that you can see races. You can get cameras into places you couldn't before, and the cameras can move. As Oliveira, 6.8 seconds ahead of Garcia, and then Donald Davis a little bit further behind in third. So this race started out with so much promise, then Daniel Perez broke, and now karts are scattered all over the track here as we're 4 laps into our 12-lap final.
We got that timing bug fixed for you, so you should be able to see the results right now. Working triple duty now, calling the race, flying the drone, and working technical support, but we got it back up and running.
If we had a concession stand, Will might be selling hot dogs between races at the race we're going.
At this rate, they're going to be half price because the race is almost over.
That's right. As this race so far has been all Leonardo Oliveira, jumped at the gun and has just been piling on every single lap, about a second quicker each lap, as we see Garcia flash past the start-finish line, then Davis, and Mike Bruce in fourth is reeling in Davis, so we might see a battle for third before too long here.
And that pack is spread out pretty well, John, 1 through 5. Pretty much about a half second between each of them. We'll see if we can find some more action on track right now.
Well, and that's just enough distance that any ability to draft would be lost at that gapping. In our LO206 classes earlier, you see a lot of drafting taking place. The leader can't get away. But here it's almost that elastic band has snapped, and there's no getting things back together unless a driver makes a mistake.
Well, as we've seen earlier today, John, anything can happen, so these drivers need to stay in the race. Because there could be a mechanical failure, could be a driver error. There's a lot of things that could happen, and not like we're trying to wish that juju on anybody, but as we've seen multiple times today, we've had some last lap issues that we've seen a second or third place driver go right up to the lead.
Earlier in one of those shots, we could see Oliveira heading into turn 1 when the rest of the pack was just coming into view through turns 14 and 15. So that entire boot section of the course, just a symbol of how much Oliveira is ahead, 9.7 seconds according to Race Monitor. You can see him there shoot up turn 13 while most of the pack is on the back straightaway. Garcia safely in second, ahead of right now the best battle on the track between Donald Davis and Mike Bruce, who are third and fourth.
And we're following them on the drone cam right now as they come up through turns 14 and 15 on to the back straightaway.
And there you saw our leader, Oliveira, shoot down the bottom of the screen as he just went through turn 1 and would head down into turn 2. And there you can see him as our leader. The rest of the pack's in turn 1. He's already coming around turn 4. So Oliveira dominating the tag junior senior master
straightaway
finale
right now, making his way into turn 9 as everybody else makes their way through 2, 3, 4, and 5.
So 7 laps in the books here. We'll have 5 more to go on what has turned out to be a beautiful day here at Atlanta Motorsports Park for round 6.
Couldn't have asked for a better day, John.
Yeah, there was a lot of worry that we were going to have some showers, how much rain we would have. And, Will, when we were chatting earlier, you said this kept some of the teams from coming in, and they've missed an opportunity to flex their muscles here on this Herman Tilke designed course.
Well, when the forecast shows 60% chance of thunderstorms all week and for the 3-day period of race weekend, that can deter some of the out-of-state teams from wanting to travel in and risk it for the race weekend. Because we get drivers, especially during the wintertime, we get drivers from up north, out west. They come from all over to drive this track. This is really a world-class facility, and there's no other kart track like it in the world.
The hills here make the incredible difference, I think. Just the added technical issues that creates, whether you're diving down into turn 2 or then coming right back up out of turn 2. 12.7 seconds is the lead for Olivieri. So he looks like he's on his way with 4 laps to go if he can just keep the wheels under him.
Yeah, one of the things the elevation change does work on this track is it changes up your strategy as far as being able, when you got to get on the gas, when you got to brake, because some of these karts, especially when you're in the 2-strokes, you have to stay in that power band. And, anyone that's driven a 2-stroke knows, trying to chug one of those things uphill when you're not in power, it can be devastating for your lap time.
That power band is quite narrow on a 2-stroke, so if your RPMs drop off, almost imagine starting your street car in 3rd gear is probably what it's like to have a 2-stroke when you're low in the power band.
Well, you'll know it once you're in that power band because that go-kart turns from a go-kart into a raging bull, and you're doing everything you can to hang on.
Well, and these aren't the shifter karts, so these karts have to do some unconventional things to keep the RPMs up, whether that's I'm going to brake late, I'm going to let it really roll through the corner a lot quicker.
Well, sometimes that means going off the racing line because you got to swing wide a little bit just to keep speed so you can stay in that power band.
Where in a shifter kart, you just downshift to keep the kart in that power band. So here we see 2nd place, Jose Garcia coming through turn 17, and then 3rd and 4th place, Donald Davis and Mike Bruce. Best battle on the track is just about 1 kart length between them as they see the signal for 2 laps to go. 15 seconds is the lead for Leonardo Oliveira. So he is long gone at this point. We can't even get him in the camera shot. That's how far ahead he is.
And he is no stranger to the podium back here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Always one of the top runners. Has been a strong favorite all season. And with 3 races left to go in the series, there is not a lot of time left for anybody to catch up to him in the point standing.
So, again, about 1.7 seconds quicker on the last lap for Olivier. He's already come under the white flag from starter Camden Gentry. So he has less than 0.85 miles left to finish as we see Garcia flash under the line and that white flag. So already way down the back stretch is Oliviera. And, again, unless something mechanically happens, he's going to cruise straight from here to the podium in our tag junior-senior master final. We see Garcia down the back straightaway heading up for turn 9, and then Bruce and Davis in 3rd and 4th.
And there goes Oliveira taking the checkered flag.
Yeah, out front, cruising to the win.
Half a track ahead of the rest of the field.
I know, that's a dominating performance. Again, the best battle right there for 3rd as Davis took a look to the inside of Bruce, could not make it stick. So down through turn 16 and 17. Here comes Jose Garcia. He's in 2nd place, and the final podium spot is going to go to that number 47, Mike Bruce. Donald Davis in 4th, Craig Foster in 5th, and James Long comes home in 6th place. So congratulations to Leonardo Oliveira, a dominating performance here in the tag junior-senior master final at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And we watch those karts as they make their way off the track and over to the tech line. So we have to wait and see where they line up here. Because this is also, the winner is posted, but that doesn't necessarily mean they are the winner because they have to make it through the tech line first. And some of our drivers have had some issues with this in the past. They start the race they start the first race a little light, think that they can eat lunch and make weight, and not quite enough because they just sweat it out. And, it's on the drivers. They have to put counterweight on these karts to make sure they are at least at weight when they come across the scale after the race.
So there we see Olivieri roll across. That's Jose Garcia rolling across the scale. So he was provisionally our 2nd place finisher. As we get one more look at our tag junior-senior master drivers going through post-race tech inspection. The next class that will be rolling onto the track and is already on the track now is our tag cadet and rookie classes. Rookie 7 to 10-year-olds, cadet 8 to 12-year-olds. So younger drivers than what you just saw, but these are pretty much the same cars that you just saw out there. And the weights of these anywhere from around 230 pounds for our rookie class to 245 in our cadet class. Let's see if they get a start. No start that time, so it looks like they're going to come around again in our rookie and cadet class. Starting on the pole in this race, Austin Warner in the 22. Outside, Kai Mars in the 23. Luke Giglio in the 68 will start inside row 2. Bowen Green in the number 4 will start 4th. Isaac Carvalho will start 5th. Maddox Thoman, Ryan Perez, Caleb Marsh, and Blaze Holbrook round out your starting field here for our tag, cadet, and rookie finale. And the officials call false start again that time. So they take the cutoff to get back around through to turn 16 and 17 again. So our drivers need to get stacked up for a fair, even start here. They're going to go 12 laps. And then coming up after this race, we'll get into our KA 100. So KA 100s, be ready, as they're going to take another shot here in our tag rookie cadet. And the officials call another false start. Drivers struggling to get a even Steven start here in our tag rookie cadet division. That's, I think, take number 4 that they're on.
And this is one of our youngest groups out here, and they are in some of the faster karts. These mini Swift engines can get the speeds of in excess of 60 miles an hour, and that is quite a pace to be in a go-kart that is, you know, about the same size as a pull-behind wagon.
So, Will, how do the once we do get a green flag, I'd like to hear from you. How do these karts differ from the junior, senior, master tag karts that were just on track? As the green flag is going to be out and it's good. We're underway. Camden Gentry waves the green flag, and we're underway through turn 1 in our tag rookie cadet final.
So one of the big differences with these with the karts for the cadets is they don't make as much power. They're the mini Swift engines, where it's still made by Yami, but they're not as big as the X30 engines that you see on the adult-sized karts. These are more specifically designed for kids, but they still give them the same practice, the same experience of that 2-stroke motor, having to keep it in that power band, and just the general characteristics of a 2-stroke racing motor.
Well, and you're saying these are 2 strokes, but I believe the junior, senior cadets were water-cooled, correct? They had the radiator to the side of them, and these look like they're just air-cooled.
Yes, these are air-cooled, so that does take the power down a little bit on them. We also, on the bigger karts, they run an air-cooled version of that as well, and that's the KA 100 class.
Okay. So one advantage of the air-cooled, while they have less power, less things to break, as we see Lou Giglio lead lap number 1 over Bowen Green and Isaac Carvalho. One car getting wide off turn number 1.
He got side, and he looks like he might have a tire down. I can't tell if he's leaning a little bit to the side there, John.
And we got a battle up front with Bowen Green looking to get around Luke Giglio. So
He's
action.
going to take that off track.
Yeah, action all over the track here.
And I couldn't see that driver. I don't have the scores on the drone screen right here. Yeah, there was. No.
So we did have one car pull into the pits. Kai Mars has not started this race. Austin Warner is not scoring on the monitor right now either, although it looked like the 22 was in the lead. So action, drama aplenty here. Number 22 car is in the lead.
We'll see as they come past the line right now, John, who's missing.
So on the scoring, Luke Giglio in the 68 leads, but it looked like Austin Warner in that 22 right there on camera is first on the track, so we'll try to get that straightened out with scoring as the race develops. Bowen Green in the number 4 car would be in third in line on the track, and then the 16 of Maddox Thoman.
Now, Luke Giglio interesting story about him. If you follow Chase Elliott's social media, current NASCAR champion Chase Elliott, they are in the playoffs right now, and he just released a video on his social media channels featuring him and AMP.
Okay.
Talking about younger drivers and trying to set the pace for the future of racing. And that driver you see in the video is AMP's own Luke Giglio.
Well, and for Chase Elliott, Dawsonville native, we're just a couple miles west of Dawsonville here, and there's a rich racing tradition here as we see Giglio get right to that rear bumper of Austin Warner, but cannot make a pass through turn 1 as they dive into turn 2. Door is open again, and here comes Giglio again, driving up the hill, trying to get to the lead.
And we had quite a fun time making that video as the Chase Elliott's team came out here, was working with us and Luke, getting to drive around on the golf cart while we were filming. It was a good time.
Some of the times, Will, I wonder how much you guys work here for all the fun product that you create and then the events you put on. Atlanta Motorsports Park definitely has become Atlanta's premier exotic race car, premier racing facility in Georgia.
Well, there's not a lot of opportunity to get some road racing action in here in Georgia. We've got, Roebling Road down there in Savannah, and of course Road Atlanta, the one of the kings of road courses here, down actually on the same road we are on 53, but over off in Brazelton, a little bit east of us right here. We're the track due north of town, and just like Road Atlanta, we do feature a lot of elevation change. It's a lot of excitement. A little bit different, though, from them, especially on the main track, as we are a much tighter circuit, which means a lot less options or a lot less opportunities to pass, which means the action gets real tight and it gets real heated and a lot of fun to watch.
Well, I'm not super experienced with road courses, but Roebling Road, as far as I understand, is pancake flat, and they have a exceedingly long front straightaway where it almost seems like you could, get Uber Eats and eat the meal as you go down that front straightaway. Here at AMP, there is barely any time for a driver to even catch a breath.
You've got about a quarter mile on that straightaway, and then you're back in the turns up on the main track.
Where if you're not going up and down, you're going left and right, as we see Luke Giglio right on the rear bumper of Austin Warner. We have a 2-car battle, and Bowen Green trying to make it a 3-car battle, but he cannot. As up the hill, Giglio got a good exit off 2. He tries the outside of turn 3, can't make it happen. He'll try the crossover off 4 and 5, but Warner holds on as we're 5 laps into our tag cadet and rookie final. They get cleanly through turn 9 and into the S's. Giglio seems to have that cart wired up for the uphills. It seems like uphill out of 13 and uphill out of 2. He's able to close the gap on Warner, and then Warner opens it up through the downhill sections. So they dive into turn 16. About 2 cart lengths between Warner and Giglio there. As they go down the front straightaway, the drivers tuck their heads in to get a little more aerodynamic. And now they dive down into turn 2. This is the part where Giglio usually gets a great exit, a little bit of curb, and now he closes right back up 1 cart length away.
Well, you want to try your best to use every bit of that rumble strip without going 4 off there coming out of 2, because that's really the key to maintaining speed coming up that hill there at turn 2, because if you go too narrow and you're out of power, you're going to lose seconds coming up that hill.
Speaking of seconds, these drivers are doing about 58-second lap times around as Giglio within stalking distance as they head up the hill towards turn 14. 6 laps down, 6 to go. Just locked up into turn 16. Giglio about 1 cart length, so that's as close as he's been through that portion of the course. Let's see if that gives him an opportunity off the exit of turn 2 to make a play for the lead. So they dive down into turn 2. Warner opens the lead on entry to the corner, but Giglio reels him right back in. He's within reach out and touch me distance there as they come through turns 3 and 4. But again, Warner gets just a good enough exit that he can pull away and then almost breaks the draft down this back straightaway.
And you can see them fighting into turn 9 as they go through the backside of the track and into the S's. Still bumper to bumper. This race is heating up, John, and I don't think it's going to cool down at all. We're going to see this right to the finish.
Well, and these two have cleared the rest of the competition, so they don't have to worry about defending positions anymore. Giglio can just solely look ahead and focus on how to get around Warner. No more waiting and sort of drafting away from the rest of the field. Because, Will, I've seen in some kart racing, if a couple of drivers get in almost a breakaway, they'll work together and not fight each other to get away and sort of secure those positions. But at a certain point in the race, that peace treaty ends, and then the drivers start going at it. And I think we're about to reach that point here as we're 8 laps in.
Well, with these younger drivers, they don't necessarily have the patience as the seasoned drivers do. So I would look to see him make a move soon here before the final laps of this race.
So down into turn 9 they go again. This seems to be one of the better sections for Warner as he's able to pull a couple of car lengths ahead of Giglio. But then Giglio up through 13 is where he again seems to reel in Warner. For whatever reason, Giglio seems good on the uphill portions of this course.
Well, that turn 14 right there is a completely blind hill as those drivers are coming in it. You've got to have faith in your machine, and you are flat out as you go through there.
So down the front straightaway, put 9 laps on the board into the waning laps of this final here for our tag, cadet, and rookie race. Coming up after this will be the KA100s, and then we'll have the LO602 Senior Master. So Giglio still that 1 car length back. Almost a little defensive driving by Warner down the back straightaway as they show some different lines. Warner doing just enough to hold Giglio at bay.
And you can see those leaders as they make their way through the S's and around our cameraman out there at turn 6. Some great shots from Ethan Denny out there. We were joking with him before the race that we were going to go stick him out on track for the first time. We bought some new equipment between the last couple of races we've had out here, which gives us the opportunity to put better camera angles on track for you guys at home. Hope you've been enjoying it.
Well, if you're watching on Facebook, please give Atlanta Motorsports Park a like, or if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell so you get notifications as we hear one car spinning just outside. And we're going to get a yellow out as the 42 car, Blaze Holbrook, went around right off the exit of turn 4.
He is back.
Oh, with some contact going off track. So Holbrook just had a wild spin there as Warner and Giglio just got by, and right through the S's, Holbrook ended up going off track. So more action here with less than 2 laps to go at Atlanta Motorsports Park. That little exchange has given Warner a little breathing room as he has about 8 kart lengths of a lead over Giglio. If he can hit his marks, he should be able to secure that top podium spot.
And that might have been all Austin Warner needed. But we will see here in the waning laps here of this finals race.
White flag is out, so just 0.85 miles stand between Warner and that top spot in the podium as he dives down into turn 2. He's been hitting his marks pretty well through this race. Giglio has one last shot really going into turn 9, so he's going to be trying to get smooth through 4 and 5 and get a run down the back straightaway.
We see those leaders as they are hitting the fastest part of this track, barreling into turn 9. Good crossover section here as they make their way through with not a lot of action through the S's, making their way around turns 10, 11, 12, and 13 up into that blind sweeper turn 14.
Now off 14, full throttle through 15, and now Austin Warner will get hard on the brakes to get into 16. And spins it up one more time through 17 as you see Giglio get extra wide, giving it everything he has, but it's not enough. Austin Warner wins our tag cadet rookie feature. Luke Giglio comes home second, rolling across in third place, the number 4 car of Bowen Green, and coming home in 4th, Maddox Thoman. So congratulations to Austin Warner for winning our tag cadet rookie final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Plenty of action there as we're going to see our drivers roll across the scales. They have to meet that all-important minimum weight. And then the next group of cars that will be rolling onto the track are the KA100s. Then we'll have the LO206 Senior Master Final, the LO206 Junior, and then the shifter cards. Rolling onto the track now, we see our KA Junior Senior carts rolling out, weaving, darting back and forth to get those tires hot, get them warmed up so they'll be at proper operating temperature. Here is our scheduled lineup starting on the pole, courtesy of winning the pre-final earlier this afternoon, the number 93, that's Raiden Nickel. Spencer Mast in the 41 will start outside. Starting inside, row number 2, Gabe Spencer in the 240. Martin Simonov in the 26 will be outside row 2. Christian Foster will be inside row 3 in the number 4 with Jose Garcia in the 00 outside. Xander Laws in the 116 will start inside row number 4. Jacob Hughes in the 47 alongside. Olivier Piatek in the number 12 will start inside row 5. Grayson Ball will be outside in the 421. Let's see if they get a start here.
We got one driver shooting way out there, so this is most definitely going to be a false start.
I just saw some gestures from our race director that said that's a no start. Rest of the field here. Milko Simonov will, in the 96 will start inside row number 6. Vincent Capatillo will start outside row 6 in the number 14. Hayden Kasman in the 07. Christian Blevins Jr., Anthony Hyman make up our field.
And this is going to be our largest field of the day since we split up the LO206 Cadet and Juniors. That'll make this KA100 group one of the largest of the day. This is a popular class. It is still one of the more budget-friendly racing classes, but these are definitely faster than those LO206s. This is when the drivers make the jump up to 2 strokes, and the green flag is out, and we are underway. Whoa, 2 drivers.
Already got 2 off in the grass, 2 sideways and wild as we try to zoom in and get some information.
Yeah, it looks like they are caught up, trying to get those carts back underway.
Yeah, it looks like at least one of them gets underway as the rest of the field charges under the clubhouse here and heads down through the kink in the back straightaway. So looks like at least one of those drivers got back underway, and I think both of them have. So all drivers underway. Rough start here. Will, so we had the tag class out, which was a 2-stroke, and I forget those were water cooled.
Yes, so tag is an acronym for touch and go.
Okay.
That basically means the carts have starters on them, they have batteries, and in terms of what we do, they're 2 strokes.
Well, actually, the tag senior junior was 2-stroke water cooled.
Yes.
The tag cadet rookie is 2-stroke air cooled. What engine combination do the KA100s have?
So the KA100s have the same engine as the tag, as the older tag class, but it's air cooled. So where the tags with the liquid cool makes about 32 horsepower, these air cooled 2-stroke machines make about 22 horsepower. And the real benefit, and this is why it's a more popular class, is your maintenance intervals are a lot less when you go to air cooled versus the liquid cooling.
Out front, Jacob Hughes got to an early lead, getting by Raiden Nickel, who settles into second with Spencer Mast behind. And then a whole mess of cars. Will, as you've said, this is the most popular class, so 15 carts lining up on the grid. The cars that were tied up in that incident were Anthony Hyman in the 420 and number 14, Vincent Capatillo. Those drivers are about 20 seconds back. Up front, Jacob Hughes leads by just over 1 second ahead of Raiden Nickel.
And that mid-pack action is heating up there, John, as the drivers come up turn 2. I can't see who those drivers are. You've got the scoring screen in front of you, so that looks like the battle for 6th and 7th right now.
Well, they dart down the back straightaway. That would probably be Christian Foster, Martin Simonov, and Gabe Spencer,
And
5th,
they're going
6th, and
2
7th.
by 2 into turn 9, John. Whoa, got another driver spun out there at turn 9. He was one of those drivers on the outside trying to make a pass.
Whoa, and the 240 car pulls down Gabe Spencer. Don't know if he got hit and had a mechanical, so he climbs out of that cart.
That could have been who was side by side there, because one of them.
He looks like he might be hurting a little bit right now. So Gabe Spencer is off in the 240. We don't know the other cart that spun. Will, I'll say that turn 9 is normally where our arrive and drive drivers seem to struggle and spin out mightily. So it's been rare to see it today. As out front, Jacob Hughes continues to lead. Drama all over the track here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
And I'm hearing radio chatter of a penalty, so I'm not sure who that's going to be against.
We'll continue to follow that situation. So running down the top 5, Jacob Hughes in the 47 runs first on the track. Raiden Nickel in the 93 is second. Spencer Mast in the 41 is in third place. Jose Garcia, who just shot through the camera there in the 00, is in fourth. And Martin Simonov is in 5th place in the number 26. Obviously, if time penalties were levied at the end of the race, that could shift this lineup quite dramatically.
And we're just calling it as it is on track right now, folks. But keep in mind, there are penalties that do get assessed after the race is over. There are penalties for not passing tech. So a lot could happen. And we've had drivers that we've called as winners, but then they don't make the podium because they don't make tech.
Well, what on-track penalties would there be? I think one is if they get wide, say off turn 2, if they put 4 wheels over the curb.
Anytime they go 4 wheels into the runoff. So
Okay.
all those beautiful white and blue striped areas, if all 4 tires are touching that, then that is a penalty.
Okay. What type of penalty? Would it be like 1 second, 30 seconds?
Usually it's a 3-second penalty that gets added on.
Okay. So if a leader got 1 penalty but had a huge lead, it wouldn't be that impactful. But if you're in a pack like we're seeing right here, you could lose several positions with a 3-second penalty. Would they also issue penalties for drivers that are making contact out there?
Yes, and that is the other big issue that will cause penalties if you were making, basically if you're being unsportsmanlike, if you're blocking, you're making contact that you shouldn't make.
Okay, so even for, you said blocking in there, so it's not just for bumping someone, but if you're a little too defensive and, trying to block all over the track.
If you're racing, that's one thing, but if you're a little bit slower than the guy behind you and you're not letting them by after 3 or 4 turns, they will get you for that.
Okay. Well, out front, Jacob Hughes continues to lead. He's 3 seconds ahead of Raiden Nickel. And Nickel comfortably in second as it's another 2 seconds back to Jose Garcia. And here you see Garcia with Spencer Mast right on his rear bumper battling for that final podium spot.
And it's the opposite of what we saw last week at the main track with Raiden Nickel trailing Jose Garcia. Now it's Jose Garcia trailing Raiden Nickel in this KA100 final race.
I could have saw from my eyes there. Looked like the second car on the track, Raiden Nickel. Maybe it's a slow car, but looked like that driver was looking back at his left rear wheel. Don't know if there's some problem there. As again, we have some battling going on up through turn 2 here. Jose Garcia, Spencer Mast, and Martin Simonoff running 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the track. There you get an idea of how long that back straightaway is. There's a couple of bends in it that make up turns 7 and 8.
And that is one of the longest straightaways of any kart track in North America. Makes a lot of fun. These drivers can really air out the horsepower in these cars. One of the interesting dynamics of racing at a track like this with such speed, such elevation change is the gearing choice that comes down to for the drivers, what kind of sprocket they run. Because, you know, while if you need the help going uphill, you run a shorter gear. But if you want to take advantage of the speed coming down the back hill, you got to run a taller gear so you can get more top end.
So a big choice has to be made by the drivers, by the crew chief, as we see some heavy pressure here. Spencer Mast getting right to that rear deck lid. As it appears Raiden Nickel has pulled off the track. He's no longer showing on race monitor, so this is now the battle for second. Garcia under maximum pressure from Spencer Mast. Martin Simonoff waiting in the wings to see if one of them makes a mistake. He'll try to pounce. And out front, 7 seconds ahead, Jacob Hughes on Easy Street. So the battle is for second place right now here in our KA Senior Master Final.
And I know Charles mentioned it earlier, but Jacob Hughes, his grandfather, Bud Hughes, runs the show Bud's Garage. And if you are a listener of that show, you might recognize my voice. I've been on it a few times with Bud in the past. He is a great guy. It's on WDUN, broadcast out of Gainesville, Georgia, every Saturday, I believe at 12 p.m. or 12 noon, I should say.
Well, that technically is 12 p.m. As we see Garcia go wide on turn 2. Spencer Mast takes a quick peek up the inside, but he can't make it work. So we have 8 laps down, 4 to go here in our KA Senior Master Race.
And the field is pretty spread out right now, Charles, trying to find some action for the viewers at home. Looks like we got a little mid-pack back here of 3 drivers.
That's second, third, and fourth. That's been the best battle on the track once Raiden Nickel dropped out. So Jose Garcia has a bumper full of Spencer Mast. And then Martin Simonoff continuing just to stalk there. You saw our leader, Jacob Hughes, just flash out of view going across the start-finish line. So
and it looked like he spun for a second. He pulled that steering wheel so hard coming into one. It looked like he was spinning off my drone camera.
9.2 seconds the distance ahead for Hughes. So Hughes is gone as you just saw him in the corner of the shot flash out of turn 5. Mast takes a look to the outside, but that opened the door for Simonoff. Simonoff makes a strong move up through turn 4. So moves Simonoff up to third place. Now he's going to go set off after Garcia in second.
A little bit of a run right now on Jose. He's going to go to the inside as they go through turn 9, John.
So Martin Simonoff found the power suddenly. Garcia tries the crossover, but it didn't work. So I don't know what video game power-up Simonoff just found there, but he went from 4th to 2nd on one lap, hitting his marks.
He definitely found a mushroom out there on track, John. He hit that thing and hit that speed boost.
Well, Simonoff in the pre-final had a strong run, but he just couldn't seem to get by drivers, and once he did, he was really able to change some gaps. So put Simonoff up to the middle stop on the podium, and now Garcia is again clinging to that third spot of the podium with Mast right there, 1 kart length back.
But Mast is not going to let it be. He is all over the bumper, practically polishing that off, that sticker off for Jose Garcia as they head down the back straightaway.
So less than 2 laps to go here. Jacob Hughes out to a 10-second lead. Martin Simonoff in this pack has been able to pull a couple of kart lengths ahead of Jose Garcia, and then Spencer Mast in 4th. And then it's about 15 kart lengths back to Christian Foster in 5th. So Mast is safe in 4th place. If he wants to get up to that podium, he has no pressure from behind. But now where it looked like Simonoff had pulled ahead, here comes Garcia again through turn 16. He's going to look to the inside off 17.
But the white flag is out, John, as we are 1 lap to go in this exciting KA 100 final race here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Jacob Hughes out to over an 11-second lead. If he just keeps it between the curbs, he will win this KA 100 finale. Here we see Simonoff through turn 4. Smooth again. Garcia tries a different line off turn 4 and 5, but he can't quite get close enough to try a one of those dive bombs into turn 9. So Semenoff, Garcia, and Mast run second, third, and fourth. This is the best battle on the track, so just take it as faith that Jacob Hughes is going to come across the start-finish line. And Jacob Hughes comes under the checkered flag, does a little bobbing and weaving and celebrating, but no time to celebrate here in second. Semenoff has Garcia right behind him, and then Mast, as they see the checkered flag, a little bit of a prayer and a pump from Martin Semenoff coming home in second. Jose Garcia rounds out the podium, and Spencer Mast on the outside looking in fourth place.
But how about that performance from Jose Garcia, hanging on for that podium spot? He's used to seeing it all the time up at main track. Gets a little bit more competition back here at the kart track. Glad to see him snagging himself a podium. That was a strong race and a strong finish for him.
Oh, and congratulations to Jacob Hughes in that 47. 12-plus seconds ahead. It seems like he's already gone through tech, already gone across the scales, weighed in, as the clouds have come back over again here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. A great race from Jacob Hughes. Martin Semenoff made that big move in the waning laps of the race to move from fourth place to second place as he got by Spencer Mast coming off turn 4 and then down into turn 9, got up the inside of Jose Garcia to get a second place finish. So action aplenty in our KA race. These drivers enjoying a little bit of celebration, some high fives down in the tech area after their race. Race fans, coming up next will be the LO206 Senior and Master final. They'll go 12 laps. Karts are rolling onto the track for our LO 206 Senior and Master feature. They're going to go 12 laps as we see them rolling around the track, weaving and bobbing to scrub a little bit of heat into those tires. Here's our scheduled lineup starting on the pole in the 369. Theodore Simonov, and outside number 8, Danny May. On the inside in the 116, Xander Laws, and outside row 2, Joe Davis in the number 31. Alistair Edwards in the number 711 will start inside row 3. Matthew Rexroad will start outside in the number 18. Adam Phillips and Carson Craig will make up row number 4. Banu Yedla and Paul McIrie make up row number 5. Matthew Lassiter and Tyler Reeves, row 6, and Chuck Thomas and Brant Estes will make up row 7 as they roll through the staging area, but we hear false start, so hands go up. No start this time. They're going to take the cutoff and have another attempt to get a even start here in our LO 206 Senior and Master final. The LO 206 class, really one of our most competitive classes. We've seen it in the juniors in their pre-final, and we saw it with the seniors in the Masters. As they come off 16 and 17, the weight about 390 pounds for the senior, about 360, in the senior, 390 in the master class. That starts good. We get a green flag from Camden Gentry. We're underway. The cars charge up the hill for the first time. Brant Estes, who won the pre-final, he is out to an early lead, charging under our purview as they're 2 and maybe 3 wide coming off turn 5. That is not going to work as they go down through the S's as they all single file out. 3rd through about 9th is all bumper to bumper, so we're going to see a little drafting conga line down the back straightaway. Brant Estes pulls out to about a 10 cart length lead ahead of Danny May with Theodore Simonoff in 3rd, and then a horde of carts behind him. So as they blaze downhill through turns 14 and 15, and they'll go hard on the brakes, we're going to get one lap on the board and see who's where exactly in Race Monitor. But Brant Estes in that light blue car leads as one car goes off track and tries to get back together. So it looks like Theodore Simonoff lost 2 or more spots, wholesale positions there with a tough lap. You see that driver in that bright red car with the bright red fire suit. Lost several spots with an incident off turn 17 as we see a battle. Danny May works to the inside of Xander Laws there for 2nd place. So this whole conga line, it's May and Laws in 2nd out front. Brant Estes, he's trying to run away and hide with it. 1 lap in as in the shot, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all bumper to bumper, battling through the S's.
You have got a train running through that backside of the track, John.
Yeah, it reminds me of one of those old chain races that you might see as a gimmick at an asphalt or a dirt track, except these guys aren't chained together. They're just racing that way. So Estes leads by about 15 cart lengths.
A little bit of crossing action there.
Yeah, they're going to try 3 wide. That's not going to work too well. That red cart that's in the middle of that sandwich there, he had a rough lap the last time around. So Theodore Simonoff went wide again.
And those 2 drivers shoved each other off there in turn 1.
So
they were fighting for position going into 1, and that is not a turn you can be too wide through. Somebody's going off track if you are not single file through turn 1.
Simonoff not having the race go his way as he's had a couple of incidents down the front straightaway each lap. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all pretty much bumper to bumper down through the S's as Brant Estes on the scorings already out to a 1.4 second lead.
And you can see that lead right now as they make their way through turns 13 and 14. That blind hill as you crush and you come down to that high-speed turn.
The more you see drivers looking behind them, the more you know that business is picking up here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. We've seen that from Danny May a couple times as he's maybe 3 cart lengths ahead of Xander Laws. And then Joe Davis right there in the wing. So Brant Davis just is wanting to hit his marks. He's loving seeing the guys behind him dice it up. That's allowing him to pull further and further away.
And you can see some of those drivers hopping in their seats, trying to urge that cart up the hill, get every bit of advantage they can.
That's like the old bobsled before they had the technology, you know, way back about 100 years ago.
Trying to hump it up the hill, John.
Yeah. So that gives you an idea of how far ahead Estes is, and then the top, or the rest of the top 5 and 6th place all right there. Adam Phillips at the back of that line, then Alistair Edwards, Joe Davis, Xander Laws, and that yellow and blue car, Danny May. That's in 2nd place right there. As Davis applying maximum pressure to Laws, almost like they're going to try a drafting move down into turn 16.
And that 2nd through 6th place battle, that train making their way across the start-finish line into turn 1. As you see, they go single file this time by. Everybody gets through cleanly.
Brant Estes just over a 2-second lead, so he's slowly edging away. As again, you see some drivers humping the cars up that hill and looking out the back just to see who's back there. Xander Laws has that brilliant green helmet. He's running 2nd in that line, but 3rd place overall. Trying to get right back again with Danny May.
And not a lot of changing going on as that pack makes their way through turn 9 and into the S's.
Looked like May was a little wide in that corner. I thought Laws might have had a shot up the inside, but it wasn't to be. So we see May holding on in 2nd. Will, I'm hearing a lot of chatter from scoring and from our officials, so who knows how the penalties might come into play in this race. We'll settle that out as we hear official news, but lots of intrigue and lots of drama here in our L206 Senior and Master final.
There's also been a lot of back and forth about that KA100 race, and it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out once we get those results finalized and get over to the podiums at the conclusion of our races today.
If I'm right from hearing from some of the drivers, there were some damaged carts and maybe some damaged egos in that finale, and it looks like we might be having the same here. 2 through 6 are in your screen here, and that's the best battle as Brant Estes continuing just to edge away, 2.3 seconds on that lap as we're 5 laps in.
And it looks like Danny May and Xander Laws are trying to pull away a little bit from that pack as they start to spread out a little bit from 2nd through 5th place.
Now, after the 2nd through 6th battle, it's a couple of seconds back to Matthew Rexroad and Theodore Semenoff. So our 2nd through 6th may be spacing out a little bit. Adam Phillips is unhitching, as they would say, you know, coming unhitched like in a bicycle race. As the drivers, you see them tuck down, getting an arrow tucked down that straightaway, trying to get every bit of speed they can out of these LO206 carts.
Here come the drivers up turn 2 as they make their way through the 3-4 complex here up and under our position at the clubhouse. And down that back hill, all 43 feet of elevation change as they reach that top speed section of the track, getting these carts up over 80 miles an hour, folks.
Hard to imagine going 80 miles an hour just 2 inches above the ground, but we see Xander Laws move to the inside of Danny May. Let's see if May can counter with a crossover. He can't, so right now Laws snatches that 2nd spot. May not giving any ground, as I don't think you could get a piece of paper between those two drivers. Through 14, through 15, so heavy pressure as May wants that 2nd place back heading into turn 16.
Well, 80 miles an hour, that's a number a lot of people are used to seeing on the freeway, but one number they're not used to seeing is the amount of G-forces you can hit in one of these racing carts. Most average street cars, if you're even getting 1 G of lateral force, you're probably in an accident or you're in a supercar. When you get in these go-karts, you're pulling close to 3 Gs of lateral force. That's 3 times your body weight that you're having to hold on to as you go through a turn.
Well, that's why you see the seats that they sit in really curl around the rib cage so that the drivers have something to lean on, 2, something to hold them in as they go hard into those corners. You got an idea of how far ahead Brant Estes was there. 3.4 seconds. Xander Laws is able to pull about 2 cart lengths ahead of Danny May. And then Alistair Edwards just waiting to pounce if either of these 2 drivers makes a mistake. So we're 7 laps in, just past halfway. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th is the best battle on the track. as our leader, Brant Estes, has already come down the front straightaway, and he is putting lap 8 on the board, so we're 2/3 of the way through. Again, Danny May, best battle on the track as he's just inches behind Xander Laws, and they're battling for second and third.
Now, I talked to Danny yesterday before the race, and he said he was only going to run 2 races today. He was going to take it easy this race day because normally we call him Danny the Iron Man May because he runs 3 races here. He'll run the LOs, he'll run the KAs, and he'll go hop in his shifter and run that one back to back to back.
Well, at least the weather's a little bit cooler today. It'd be feasible on some of those hot July and August days. I know you're getting airflow over you, but it's still got to be just flat out hot sitting in one of these carts on the dark asphalt in a fire suit with an engine right next to you heating things up. Danny May takes a little peek to the outside, can't make it work through 13. So second, third, and fourth on your screen there, still the best battle on the track. Xander Laws made that pass a couple laps ago up through turn 9, and Danny May has not been able to reclaim that second spot. There you see that Estes has about a full straightaway lead down the front stretch and some different styles down the front straightaway as 5th place Adam Phillips going into that arrow tuck, getting his head down as low as possible. He's trying to hitch back onto this second, third, and 4th place trio, and he is there. So Laws in second, May in third, Edwards in 4th, and just trying to catch on to this group, Adam Phillips in that 3:15.
Estes extending that lead almost to a mile there out front of the rest of the pack as they make their way through the S's.
3.6 seconds, the official scoring distance. So we see May again applying heavy pressure as they head up to turn 14. We see some blue sky mixing in with the clouds, although it's majority cloud cover right now. That might make the track a little bit cooler for our drivers. I see a battle happening back for 6th and 7th place between Joe Davis and Matthew Rexroad. But there we see that 2nd through 4th are now all chained back together again, so the elastic has drawn the drivers together. These LO 206 cars can draft just enough that it's hard to get away.
And what's even nicer is the 4-stroke engines on them give them the grunt to pull up the hill, so they can take turn 2 pretty much however they want and still have the muscle to make it back up.
Less than 2 laps to go here in our LO 206 Senior and Master Final. Brant Estes is checked out 3.8 seconds. He's consistently been pulling about 0.2 of a second quicker each lap.
And that looked like Al Edwards trying to make the move on Danny May as they went through turn 9, not working for him as they come through turns 14.
May seems to be quick heading uphill through 13 and 14. He took a quick peek to the inside off of 15, but couldn't make it work. So white flag comes out from our starter, Camden Gentry. So just 17 turns left for Brant Estes to get that top spot on the podium. Action aplenty as the next 4 are nose to tail diving down into turn number 2. And you can see Danny May get that great exit, and he is right there. But then there's Alistair Edwards. So Alistair's almost going to push the drivers through. Who can get that big run down the back straightaway? They dip through the kink. If drafting's coming into play, will May try to shoot to the inside? He dives to the inside, maybe more defensive than an offensive move. He's trying to keep Alistair Edwards at bay, and so far he has. So we have Xander Laws in second, has about a cart length lead, as Alistair Edwards in 4th looks to the inside, coming down 14, and now goes May down to the inside of 14. Oh, they're side by side, so that puts May back up there, and here comes Edwards and Phillips. So Brant Estes is coming down the straightaway. He takes the checkered hand in the air.
We're going to have to see this at the line, John.
We might need a photo, so it looks like Danny May comes in second. Xander Laws comes home on the final podium spot. Alistair Edwards in third, and by just 14 one-thousandths of a second, Adam Phillips in 5th place. So, whew.
That was an exciting one, John. These last couple races have really gotten the blood flowing here. It is.
So some good action on the track, as well as, let's not forget, early in the race there was some drama in this class as drivers were going off track, beating and banging on each other a little bit. It'll be interesting to see what type of penalties might be applied, and let's see if that changes the top results. But congratulations to Brant Estes on winning the LO 206 Senior and Master Final here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Danny May came home in second, with Xander Law coming home in the third place position. The next race that is coming up on the schedule is our LO 206 Junior Final. These young drivers put on quite a show in their pre-final, and they're going to get 4 extra laps for their final race here. Let's see how that shakes things out. They'll be on track in just a few moments. Our next field of cars is rolling onto the track. This is our final for our LO 602 Junior Division. Juniors are between the ages of 12 and 16. Their carts will weigh minimum of 310 pounds. When Will comes on in a moment, he'll be able to explain all the differences. But here is the scheduled starting lineup, courtesy of winning the pre-final earlier in the afternoon. Alyssa Vascu in the 07 will start on the pole. Outside, Logan Bice in the 33. Starting inside row number 2 in the 48 is Noah Ryan. Olivier Piatek in the number 12 will start outside row 2. Piatek spun early and charged back to 4th, so he will be a kart to watch. Spencer Mast will start 5th in the 64. Luke Kondrowski will start 6th in the 35. And making up the final row, Wesley Bacon in the 06 and Andrew Thomas in the 2. Green flag is out from our starter, Camden Gentry. We're underway in LO 206 Junior final race.
This is always an exciting race to watch, John. As viewers will remember last season, we had a tight battle coming in between Alyssa Vascu and Oliver Piatek coming down to the final race of the season. It actually came down to the final positions in the final race to determine that championship. And
it seemed like in our pre-final, Piatek had the spin where he was leading and then charged back to 4th place. And Piatek's already on the move. Up front, it seemed like Vascu was content to get the other drivers to ride with her. She swings wide off 9, but holds the lead.
And they are 2 by 2 coming through the S's right now. Vascu in that pink cart leading the pack.
Vascu seemed to be doing some defensive driving at the end of the pre-final, and you see her looking behind herself, doing some blocking there as our top 5 have pulled away early on as they're heading down into turn 16.
And Oliver Piatek tried to make the move there, went wide, but wasn't able to make anything happen. Had to dip back down to that 4th position. As you see, 1 through 5, bumper to bumper, crossing the start-finish line.
Drafting comes into play, so it's going to be tough for drivers to pull away in this case. Alyssa Vascu leads. And now we have some 2x2 action as Vasquez back to second. Noah Ryan moves up to the top spot, and we're side by side up the
looks
hill.
like Oliver Piatek just made a 4th to 1st pass right now. He is in the lead right now.
No, you got to be kidding me, but you're right. Piatek moves from 4th to 1st with some amazing driving. Now he's coming under pressure from Vasquez as Vasquez looks to the outside.
And she's got the run coming down the back straightaway, but she's on the outside coming into turn 9. Let's see what happens. Might be some crossover action.
Oh, hashtag send it. And there's some contact there back to second and third. So intense action at the front of our LO 206 junior finale. Vasquez looking to the outside up through 13.
And this is what we saw all last season. Piatek and Vasquez fighting it out 1-2 right now.
So the heads of state have come to the fore here with Piatek leading, and he'll apparently come over, but here comes Vasquez down the inside.
And
Piatek at the line. Piatek, but only just, but here comes Vasquez up the inside and holds off through turn 2 as they're going to try 3 wide. That can't work through turn 2.
And if Oliver's not careful, he's going to be left to dry there he's going to be left out to dry trying to make the move there on Vasquez. You've got to have position coming into turn 1, and Vasquez won the battle coming out of 17, setting up that pass going into turn 1.
At the line, Piatek had the lead by 19 one-thousandths of a second, but now Vasquez back to the front, and now she drives down into turn 9, maybe a little defensive line trying to keep Piatek behind her. As you can see here, take a quick glance. There's no mirrors in these carts, so you take a quick glance back with your head. As now third place, Noah Ryan's trying to stick a nose in around Piatek.
And he is practically shoving Piatek as they go through turns 13 and 14 over that blind sweeper. And on into turn 16 and 17.
So they come off turn 17. They're single file for the moment. Right down the middle of the straightaway. A little bit of defensive line from Vasquez there. Vasquez holds off Piatek. Piatek looks to the inside. I see smoke and contact. Oh, Noah Ryan goes around in the 48. So he drops back to 6th, losing wholesale positions.
I don't know how that happened. He locked it up with Piatek. Piatek still managed to make the pass
and
on
now,
Vasquez.
And Piatek, in the midst of all that, took the lead from Vasquez. So intense action continues. We'll have to see if there's penalties assessed because of that action or if that was caused by Ryan. We don't know yet, but crazy action down into turn 2, the most difficult course or turn on the course here.
And this division never disappoints, John. We're not even halfway through this, and I feel like we've already done a whole race here. There's been enough action.
Yeah, we're just on our 3 laps are on the board as now we see Vasquez pushing Piatek down through turn 15.
And Piatek getting a little loose there. You can see him locking him up as he hit the brakes, trying to use every inch of this track.
Now you can see Piatek taking that quick glance behind to defend. Vasquez made her move into turn 1 a couple of laps ago. And now we see Piatek covering the inside up turn 2. So Piatek has a big lead of sorts. 2 car lengths in this division would be considered a big lead. And then it's a couple of seconds back to third place. So maybe these top 2 have broken away here in our
Let's
LO.
see what kind of run Vasquez gets on him. I think she runs a little bit taller of a gear because she's been pulling away on these straightaway parts. But Piatek's been strong in the corners as he has a little bit more gusto on the exit.
Well, that would confirm the gear choice. If Vasquez has a taller gear, she's going to have more top-end speed, but Piatek will get off the corners a little quicker. That would explain why Vasquez was able to pass at the end of the front straightaway, at least for now. They're coming around to complete 5 laps. You see Piatek holding off, takes a quick glance back, and now Vasquez looked like she was going to take a shot. But
they are practically touching bumpers going across the start-finish line, John.
Yeah, about a room for a coat of paint between the 2 of them right now, as this is probably where we see Piatek pull away. If he has that lower gear, we'll get better drive off and up the hill and out of turn 2.
But now is when to look for Vasquez to make that run coming on the back hill. Sarah looking to the inside, had to dip back in, single file through the kink. And let's see if she tries to pull out here as they go down the back straightaway.
5 laps on the board. You might wonder if she's thinking, let's team up and pull away from 3rd and 4th place to secure top podium spots before going to battle. But at least right now,
there's a little action heating up behind them for 3rd place. That looks like Logan Bice, or is that Spencer Mass or Logan Bice making the pass there? We'll have to see as they make their way around.
So great battle there. That's third, fourth, fifth, and sixth on your screen as you see our leaders flash by. At least right now, Vasquez seems content. Oh, no, they're crisscrossing down the front straightaway. So Piatek and Vasquez are dicing it up for the lead as third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Great action all over the track.
She makes the pass there going into turn 2, but crossover action side by side coming up the hill. Vasquez's going to have position going into 3 and 4.
Well, Vasquez might have pinched it now. Is Piatek going to get a crossover? He does down the inside off 5.
He's going to have the run on the back straightaway, John. But they crossed over again at the kink. Vasquez back in the lead.
Vasquez should have a better run down the straightaway, but she's down the inside of 9. This might set up a crossover move for Piatek. Piatek to the inside. Some bumping and some curb hitting there as Vasquez holds on to the lead off through the S's. So you're right, Will. The LO 206 junior class not disappointing this afternoon here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. This is round 6 of the karting championship series. For the first time this race, Vasquez has some daylight behind her. That's about 5 kart lengths. Let's see if Piatek can chew back into that.
And these are your next up-and-coming drivers, folks. These guys are all in that 12 to 14-year age range. And they are showing us what we've got in store coming up racing-wise, because once they move on from karts, they'll be heading up to the big track and into cars. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with some of these drivers later on, John.
As we had some side-by-side action off turn 2 behind these two. So Vasquez leads Piatek, and then it's 2.5 seconds back to the melee that's unfolding for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. But we're going to stick with the leaders as Piatek tries to look to the outside. Vasquez covers the inside through turn 9. And the crossover is not quite there for Piatek. And Vasquez takes a quick look over her right shoulder through turn 13. And this seems to be one of her better spots on the track, this high-speed 14-15 complex.
And Oliver's got to be careful, because if he doesn't stay on her bumper and keep the pressure up, Alyssa is going to take off, and that'll be all she wrote, because that's what happened several races last year. But as we've seen, if Oliver can get in front and keep Alyssa slowed down, he's got a chance to get the win.
The draft starts to come into play. If Vasquez can just break the draft one time with the lead down the back straightaway, you get the feeling that she would run away and hide. As we have side-by-side off turn 2, they're going to go 2x2 for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth up the hill. And they're going to charge by our vantage
There's a
point.
little more of a crossover right there. Looks like fifth place trying to make the battle, but he has to dip back in. Not going to go too wide through that kink, John.
No, that would be crazy to go side-by-side through the kink. So up front, Vasquez continues to lead. Finally, Spencer Mast has opened up a little bit of daylight. So he's clear of Noah Ryan and now can just focus on getting 4 more good laps here. Excuse me, that was Noah Ryan in third place as the 48 went shooting by.
And, John, if you want to stay on the kart track, you go single file through that kink, because too wide is the quickest way to end up on main track.
Yeah, that doesn't look like that would work, where it's, if you're single file, it's a quick flick right and a quick flick left on the steering wheel. If you're side-by-side,
somebody's eating the curve.
Probably both drivers are eating the curve. So we see our leaders get through turn 2. Vasquez leads up the hill with Piatek in second. Vasquez takes a defensive line, slides it out wide, and here comes Piatek through 5. So move Piatek up to the point with just less than 3 laps to go. Now Vasquez has to right to that rear bumper. So Vasquez has that higher top-end speed with a taller gear. Let's see if she can get by, maybe if she comes off turn 17 down to the start-finish line.
And you saw her get past coming through 4 and then immediately pulled on Piatek coming down that back straightaway.
It looked like off turn 3 she tried to play defensive down the inside, and that forced her wide off turn 4. So the gap back to Noah Ryan in third, 2.5 seconds. So it looks like the top 2, unless they really get into it, these 2 should be safe. As Piatek covers the inside down the front straightaway, Vasquez falls in line as they head down to turn 1. The lead just 0.107 seconds. So it's a 2-car battle for the lead. And then we have, rounding out our top 5, Noah Ryan in third, Spencer Mast in fourth, and Logan Bice in fifth.
And you can see the different lines as they go through turn 2, John. Oliver takes that midline and takes more of a proper racing line, whereas Alyssa goes full wide through turn 2, and I think that's part of how she keeps her speed up coming up through turn 2.
So they got
coming up
that.
the hill.
They got that 2 to go signal when they came by the start-finish line. As we see Alyssa Vasquez putting maximum pressure on Piatek down the back straightaway and into 9, but she can't make a pass. So let's see how she can do through 13 and up the hill again, bumper to bumper as Piatek covers the inside, and Vasquez just goes to the outside through 14. How's this going to work? That's a gutsy move through 15, and now
man.
hard on the brakes in 16. This might set up a crossover battle. Vasquez leads off 17.
That was so risky, John.
And
she made it work.
The white flag is in. Well, Piatek covered the inside, so she went to the outside. Now through 1, Vasquez covers the inside. Here comes Piatek going full send down into turn 2.
And he's going to push her wide. He's going to get back in front.
Yeah, full send opportunity there for Piatek. So with less than a lap to go, Piatek in the lead.
And that's the advantage she gets for taking that midline through turn 2. We were just talking about that, but Alyssa looks to the outside, dips it back in, goes single file.
She's going to go up. They're crisscrossing down the back straightaway. Lots of blocking, lots of attempting here. Let's see if Vasquez can get alongside through 9. Maybe a crossover. She uses the crossover through 9 and 10 off the S's. Maybe a little contact. Don't look now. Noah Ryan's coming into this picture. So if they keep mixing it up, we might have a shocker here as Alyssa Vasquez pulls clear by 3.
And we might have a 3-cart battle for the lead here coming into turn 16 on the last lap, John.
So they go through turn 16. Alyssa Vasquez won the pre-final earlier. Noah Ryan and Oliver Piatek
side by side,
battle.
they make contact.
And Alyssa Vasquez wins the LO 206 Junior Final. Olivier Piatek comes home second, and Noah Ryan in third.
Wow.
Oh, Will, that
Wow.
was the race of the afternoon right there. Vasquez and Piatek.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see how that scored because there was contact coming out of 17 on that final turn between Piatek and Ryan.
There was, but Vasquez was able to make a bold pass up through turn 9.
I don't want to have to be race control on that one because that is going to determine a podium spot.
That will.
Because that will knock off. If they levy a penalty there on whoever they determine caused that contact, that's going to push them from the podium.
So at least for now, the young lady in that hot pink cart, number 07, is our winner.
But assuming she makes it across the scales and doesn't get any
through
penalties.
Tech and any penalties, that was an exciting race as she and Piatek traded the lead several times through the last couple of laps here in just a 12-lap feature.
And as we can see them lined up, making their way across Tech. And we have got one more race on the books, John. We've got that shifter class coming up next.
That's right. Here come the apex predators of the karting world. It is the shifter carts. They're heavier, 415 pounds. But with a 6-gear sequential transmission, they are going to set the fastest times that you have seen and the fastest speeds that you have seen, as these shifter carts will be pushing 90 miles an hour as they edge down towards turn number 9. And that'll be coming up momentarily here from Atlanta Motorsports Park. Shifter carts are rolling onto the course, swerving back and forth to get some heat in the tires. Zach Frank will lead this parade. He won the pre-final earlier in this afternoon. John Stapleton and Joe Foster round out the field. Shifters are one of the two classes here that will start from a stop. They'll get staged on the grid, and then they'll get a green flag. The other class that does that is our Kid Kart division. But the shifters will run this full course. Actually, we have a fourth shifter joining them out on the field right now. So the drivers are staged. Green flag is out, and we're underway in shifter action here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. 12 laps is the distance for these four cars. We're going to let Race Monitor populate in as these drivers shift up through the gears, up turn 2. Unlike the other classes that might lumber up that turn 2 hill, these shifter carts just wind up through the gears, and they get that maximum power. So will a treat for the eyes, a treat for the ears here with our shifter class.
Oh, it's so much fun to hear them banging gears, John, as they go 1, 2, 3, 4 right up the hill. Keep that engine in its power band. Keep those carts at speed. This is the pinnacle of kart racing right here.
The most complicated, the heaviest equipment out there. These are water-cooled engines with a sequential 6-gear transmission, more akin to a motorcycle or a dirt bike engine than what you'd see in a car. There's no shifter pattern to shift up through the gears. There's a bar on there for the right hand. They just push it forward, and when they need to downshift, they pull it back towards them. As John Stapleton leads this trio up the hill, and then they're going to come through our view. That 198 kart right on the rear bumper, applying maximum pressure. So we saw great action in our LO 206 Cadet in junior class. Will imagine doing it at about 20 miles an hour on average quicker.
These carts should be in the low 50s, John, as they're making their way around track. I think the record might be a 49 and some change in one of these shifter carts.
We were seeing some 50 and 51-second laps in our pre-finals. We see a dive to the inside through 16. Let's see if that's going to stick. Well, we see a crossover from Stapleton.
They're going to be side by side at the line.
Twitchy down into turn 1 as the drivers have to get on the brake a little bit there. We don't have race monitor information for that 180, I think it's 186. But Stapleton continues to lead, but opens the door. Oh, and there's contact right off turn 4. It's the 198 car. The 198 car is the one that went around. Now, these shifter cars will stall, so he has to get the car righted, push it, pop it in gear. You see him doing it. As a race official was trying to come out to help him, he just ran and did the old self-start there. These shifter carts will stall if they're in gear, so he had to run along with it out of gear and hop in and do the old pop the clutch. A little different than when you're pushing your station wagon down the hill, Will, to get it going. Oh. But this has given John Stapleton a huge lead, as it was that 198 that spun out, and that slowed our third-place driver down as well. So John Stapleton leads 3 laps into our shifter final.
It's always fun to watch those drivers, John, as they self-start those, because when you're just working at the track and it's a practice day, those shifters, the guys, they don't have the teammates to help them start. Sometimes the staff member will give them a push, but these guys have to do it on their own quite a bit. And part of the elegance in watching them do it is, when they're not sitting in the cart and they start pushing it, and then they got to hop in it like a bobsled, kick it in gear, and then the cart just takes off.
All those rules of karting that you're not supposed to do, they do here in the shifter division to get things going. So that 198 was Zach Frank. He won the pre-final earlier. Stapleton got him at the early start, and looked like Zach Frank pinched down on the inside and just lost it coming around turn 4. So Stapleton continues to lead. You can really see these carts leaning over through turn 2.
You can almost see them catching air as they come through, and you see how quickly they get sideways as they make these turns. there is not a lot of weight on the ground as they're cresting the hills here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
I can't imagine driving a kart at 90, let alone taking one hand off the wheel to manipulate that gear shifter to go up and down. But they do it. If you see them do it, it's so quick. You can't even see them on these angles. Like right there, you saw Stapleton take his right hand off the wheel and just shove the stick forward to go up a gear. Or actually, excuse me, that's go down a gear as he's downshifting.
You could be mid-turn where you need both hands to wrestle that steering wheel, but they got to take it off to shift.
Well, I'm also thinking it must be harder. This is a counterclockwise track. You're making more left-hand turns. That right hand, you want it on top of the wheel to turn, but you need to take it off to work the shifter. So if this was a clockwise course, you'd have that left hand on top. You see Stapleton get loose coming through turn 4, back end hanging out. It seems like these karts don't know straight. They know loose and they know tight. That's about all they do here.
You do about 10 minutes in one of these karts at race speed, John, and it feels like a 60-minute CrossFit workout.
Or it may be going 15 rounds with Tyson is what it might seem like, getting beaten up in one of these things.
Use and abuse you, but they are also a ton of fun to drive, John.
As we see a move to the inside, deep through 16, can't work, so Stapleton holds off the lead. We're still trying to get the information on the kart that's in second. And then it's a long way back to third and fourth place as we see one car, the 85. That's Joe Foster, who's come to a stop. Will, I can't see where he is on track if that's way back at turn 9. So he's looking down at the kart. These shifter karts have more pieces, more parts on them, which means more pieces and more parts that can break.
And that looks like he is out there in the middle of turn 9.
Yep, right down on the inside. So
definitely want to get out of the way, though. So we'll see what they do. It's not the most dangerous place to be broken down, but you definitely don't want to be walking around track with an active race going on.
No. Safety needs to be important. You know, it's not... These don't have the weight of a car behind them, but if you got hit by it, it sure would hurt at the speeds that they're traveling.
Well, you fortunately have a much better chance of jumping over one than you do a car if it's coming towards you.
I wouldn't.
I always tell myself when I'm walking around track, I'll just jump if one of them gets a little errant.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know if I could jump over a carpet. Struggle with that. So Stapleton continues to lead our mystery driver here in second. Whoever he is, he's putting on a heck of a show here. As Stapleton gets a little wild and loose off turn 10, and then they'll work up through the gears through turn 13.
We have a pretty fun shifter community here at AMP. The guys, they all have garages next to each other, and they almost, they have extra carts, so sometimes the guy will get done with his race, not be satisfied, just go hop in the shifter to run the last race.
Hey, I wasn't happy with my previous races. Can I jump in one? Well, race fans, if you're watching on Facebook Live or on YouTube, you can't just jump into one of these shifter karts, but you can come here to Atlanta Motorsports Park on the Arrive and Drive karts and get 55-mile-an-hour karts out there. And trust me, those are plenty fun. So if you guys are wanting a fun bachelor party, a fun guys' night out, something to do with your teenage boys and girls, AtlantaMotorsportsPark.com, and look up details for karting Arrive and Drive here. When those public karts are out, those look like a lot of fun too, Will.
One of the other fun programs you can do here as well is our kart racing school. And while we won't put you in a shifter because that's a bit advanced, we will let you run one of the KA100s by the end of the day, and that'll get you up to around 80 miles an hour.
They were side by side into 16, so heady moments there as they come down 9 laps on the board. So
they're getting the 2 laps to go next time by. This race going by quickly, John.
Well, you look at those lap times, 51-second lap time. Stapleton's running in second. We have that mystery driver in first. We'll work with scoring to figure out who that is. And then it's a long way back to Zach Frank, who had spun early. Frank probably is still laying down the quickest times out there. And you can see them. I wouldn't say they drive through the S's so much as they're sliding through the S's. These shifters are, I believe, the only class here today that run the yellow tires. That's a softer, stickier, grippier tire to help these shifter karts get all that horsepower and stick it to the ground.
You see how much they spin, or the back end wants to kick out in the turns. If they weren't on those softer tires, it would be madness out there, John. Be almost like a wet track.
I guess that's just an indication, since these cars are cornering and they can get the gear right for that peak torque,
Because you
peak
can
RPM.
see how twitchy they are as they're feathering that throttle through the turns. You can see that back end just.
But if they add 40 horsepower, because of the gear shift, they can have all 40 horsepower
Yes.
right through the middle of the corner. Where these other carts we've seen today, they're not in their power band when they're in the middle of the corner, so they don't have that much torque when they step
they're
on
on
the
a
gas.
fixed gear, so every 1,000 RPMs equals X amount of miles per hour on track, and you only make power in a certain speed range. And if you've got a cart that you're trying to get to 80 miles an hour, it's probably not making power until you're up over 30, 40 miles an hour.
So when they're in the middle of the corner, they don't have the torque to make the back end want to step out. But these shifter carts, whole different ball game. How do you keep that cart literally under you so it's not stepping out? So we have just less than one lap left for our leader here in our shifter division. So we have a ghost driver out there in first. We don't know who that is, Will. I'm going to claim it. If you've watched Race Monitor enough, I'm going to say it's Waiting for Data. So Waiting for Data in first place, John Stapleton in second, and Zach Frank is in third. So we see our leader coming through 16 and then on the power through 17. Checkered flag is in the air from our starter, Camden Gentry. And John Stapleton comes home in second, with Zach Frank making a good recovery to come home in third place.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for racing for us today, John. That was quite an exciting finish. It was a pleasure to see those two extra shifters come out, give us a little bit more entertainment here for this final race of the day.
Yeah, they put on quite a performance there. So don't go anywhere yet, race fans. We have our podiums, awards, and some interviews coming up later in our program, and that will happen, if my agenda is correct, at 5:30. So we'll have just a short break, get all the
Gotta do all the
scores
scoring.
tabulated, all the penalties tabulated. They're
still figuring out that LO206
Yeah,
race.
they have some calculators, pencils, and papers over there. So they're going to calculate things out, and we'll be back in a few minutes with our podiums for round 6 of our karting championship series here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. You want to see some podium and awards? All right, well, we are going to start. I have Kenzie helping me today, giving out our medals for all of our winners today. And we're going to start off with our LO206 Cadet Division. Coming in third place, the number 23, Kai Mars. In second place, in the 02, Joseph Saddington. And the winner for round number 6 in the 68 car, Luke Giglio. Giglio, Luke Giglio. That's the results I have.
We'll check after Podium. Hey, are we done? You're good, yay!
I've had a correction, so I want my race director looking at me as I did this. Actually, in third place was the number 23 of Kai Mars. Mr. Race Director, I could use your help at this point. Second place was number 68, Luke Giglio. And the winner was number 23, Adam Wine. Will, I tell you, us race announcers, we're the last to know on these things. So congratulations to our LO206 Cadet winners. We will now move on to our Kid Kart division. I'll make one note. He has already left for the day, but the winner in LO206 Kid Kart was number 25, Matthew Barbosa. Our winners in our Kid Kart division, coming in third place in the number 21, Bo Stowers. Second place, number 20, Ruben Greer. And the winner for round 6 of Kid Kart division, Henry Boring. So kids, if you want to know where to look, the camera's going to be up at the drone, so you can have your moment here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. Congratulations to our Kid Kart winners. Moving on to our T225 Senior Division. Coming in third place in the 211, Alistair Edwards. Second place in the 83, Felix McAleer. And the winner in our T225 senior class today, Banu Yedla. Congratulations, Banu. Moving on to our tag senior and master divisions. I'll start off with the senior division, coming in second place in the number 67, James Long. And taking first place, and he was the winner in this race overall, the number 940, Leonardo Oliveira. All right, we're going to continue now that we have some champagne shots ready for our next podium, which will be in the Tag Master division. Coming in third place in the 0-2, Donald Davis. He'll be coming around the corner. Second place in the 47, Mike Bruce. And I know that's the wrong medal because taking home first place in our Tag Master in the 0-0 from Decatur, Georgia, Jose Garcia. Next group of awards in our tag cadet division, placing second in the number 16, Maddox Thoman. And the winner in tag cadet number 22, Austin Warner. Continuing with our tag now in the rookie group, coming in third place in the number 12, Ryan Perez. Second place in the number 4, Bowen Green. And the winner in tag rookie in the number 68 card, Luke Giglio. Moving on to our KA100 division, in our KA100 junior, coming in third place in the number 12, Oliver Piatek, third place. Second place in the number 4 cart, Christian Foster. Winning our KA Junior division today, number 41, Spencer Mast. In our KA100 senior division, coming in third place, the 00, Jose Garcia. Second place, number 26, Martin Simonov. And in first place, an overall winner in the KA100 division, number 47, Jacob Hughes. Okay. Moving to our LO206 Junior Division. Third place, number 64, Spencer Mast. Up there, I guess? Okay. All right. Second place.
Did you do the
Second place in our LO206 Junior, number 48, Noah Ryan. And our winner in the 07 card, Alyssa Vascu.
So K100. There was one that I didn't. It's not on you.
Recapping in one that I missed in the 100cc Master, Milko Simonov is our winner today. Congratulations, Milko. Moving on to our final class today, our shifter division. Coming in second place, number 85, Joe Foster. And our winner in shifter, number 26, John Stapleton. Well, race fans, we appreciate you for coming out today for round number 6. For my announce partners, Charles Head, and for Will Rigdon, I'm John Matthews. We invite you back out to Atlanta Motorsports Park on Saturday, October 30th for round 7. All right, one more set of awards here for the LO 206 Senior Division today. Third place, number 116, Xander Laws. Second place, number 315. Let's correct that. Third place in our LO2 Senior Division today, number 711, Alistair Edwards. In second place, Kart number 8, Danny May. Winning our LO's 206 Senior Division today, Brant Estes. And first place in our LO 206 Master Division today, Kart number 2, Chuck Thomas. Race fans, we appreciate you coming out today for round 6 of our Kart series. On behalf of my announce partners, Charles Head and Will Rigdon, I'm John Matthews. We invite you to come back here to Atlanta Motorsports Park Saturday, October 30th for round 7 of our championship karting series. Have a good afternoon.